Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
Like nice. You're you guys are on the feed right now. Yeah, we need to color. I saw mostly red.
Jeremy is your daughter coming for Thanksgiving. She has a haircut. Our kids only have Wednesday.
They have pictures of each of the
We gotta be back for Christmas.
Okay, that's a longer.
Yeah, she gets 2 weeks. Semester. No semester. But she's gonna go back to party and work with friends.
The third one, the third one.
You weren't invited to.
Nah, that's okay.
They don't end up like
So do you tell that since you last week?
Well, I just started getting some, but it didn't.
Yeah, it's just because you did it on point.
Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah, because I've been getting them.
Well, you,
I've been getting for some reason. And then when he says,
if I said something back,
I do.
just proves it.
And then I get a second.
But it wasn't, I haven't received anything.
Is there,
Last one seen is, our system just go back to see it's being trained. Or work with. Yeah, you're gonna have that.
I will. No, seriously, yeah, because then I need to know the flow. And train.
hey, hi everybody. Good, we're just waiting for Michelle. We can just sit down for her.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta. Those first presents crypto. Yeah, because she does.
It's very similar.
Yeah, maybe we can get whatever we have here. Because what I want to do is have a. Almost there.
I told Miss Garcia this was third interview we
Yeah, they're coming into practice.
Be in the space.
okay, great.
I want the front row.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening. It's now 6 p.m. and I'm calling to order the special meeting of the Sunnyvale School District Board of Education. This meeting is available in English and Spanish. Would the translator please give instructions on the translation services available?
Of course. Buenas tardes. Se utilizará la función de interpretación de Zoom para apoyo en inglés y español. Todos los participantes de esta llamada deben seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función de interpretación. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo terráqueo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será el simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Thank you. Please note that a recording is being made at the direction of the board and that the recording may capture sounds in the boardroom. We're on to item 2, which is roll call, but I do see that all board members are present, so we can move on to item 3, the approval of the agenda. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which is solely the approval of the agenda, please let us know either through a blue card or the raised hand feature on Zoom. Okay, seeing none, board, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda as posted.
Thank you, any discussion? Okay, ready to vote, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item 4, public comment for closed session. Tonight's topic is in closed session, the public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, Superintendent. If there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on our closed session topic, please use the raise hand feature or submit a blue card now. Okay, thank you. So it is now 6:02 p.m. We're going to recess for closed session and we plan to return to the boardroom by 6:30. Thank you. Were you there a minute ago? You were.
Yes, it was, you didn't see it? No.
Hello, sir. We'll get that one, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's grab, why don't you guys grab a seat up front? Grab a seat and then okay. Great. So, all right, let's go ahead and come over here and we'll practice, okay? Are you ready? I'm gonna practice.
And then, oh, I saw him yesterday, and I was like, no, he was Mr. But it was pretty fun, I'm saying.
Might be also. Which was good and bad.
We represent Sunnyvale Middle School and appreciate the chance to serve and listen to voices. Tonight, we are excited to share updates from our school. Tonight, we're excited to share updates, especially our English Learners in Adult program. My name is Caleb Collister, and I serve as student body president for Sunnyvale Middle School. I'm in 8th grade and serve on the leadership activities team at our school. Over the last 2 weeks, we have been preparing for the fall wizard dance. This is the first dance of the year, and it is important because dances create memories that last a lifetime, along with valuable skills and socializing outside the classroom, and common etiquette in a unique environment. Our leadership class in ASB also hosted a club fair last month. Sunnyvale Middle features more than 30 clubs, which should be a lot for a student to try out one by one. So the club fair allows students to experience a bit of each club in a short amount of time and open the doors to an opportunity to grow their community with friends and money. Now, Phenomenal will share about his experiences as an English teacher.
Hi. Hi, my name is Emma. I'm a 7th grader in SMS. Real support is important because it helps us learn and type and write in English. We'll have learned about plastics and how it makes pollution and how it affects us.
Can you hear me?
We'll have learned about.
I'm talking.
We'll have learned this by watching videos and writing notes.
Don't kick her out.
My name is Nathan and I am a 6th grader at SMS. In my EL support class, we were learning about how important it is to eat healthy meals at school. A special day was when Chef Samantha Van Gogh came to tell us about how she planned her meals. We are becoming great readers, listeners, and speakers in class.
Good evening, my name is Daniel Vargas, and I'm here speaking instead of practicing with my football team, where I am an offensive and defensive lineman. I am also an A school average student, have been in average for 2 years. Average stands for advancement via individual determination. It is an academic elective for 7th and 8th graders who want to be first to go to college in the family. When I was in 6th grade, I chose Avid because I would be the first in my family to attend college. I want to attend college because it will open more job opportunity for me. And I will be at tutorials 2 times every week. Tutorials improve my public speaking skills by presenting a point of confusion to my tutorial group, which is 60-second speech. That includes what I know and what I'm confused by tutorials. Tutorials also help me with critical thinking skills because I have to listen and ask other people about the point of confusion, so we can try to solve their point of confusion. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Frida Almanza and I'm an 8th grade Avid student. I've been in Avid for 2 years and it's been an amazing experience. Avid has helped me prepare for college and gave me a desire to continue my dream career to be a veterinarian. I decided to join Avid in 6th grade because I wanted to be organized with my work and help me to prepare for college. One thing that has pushed me to be more organized is weekly organization checks. We must have organized backpacks and a full agenda every week, and it helps me keep track of my papers. We also do focus notes where we write notes about classwork and have the process that helps us remember what we learned. It's not my favorite thing ever, but has benefited me to remember all information from all my classes. My favorite thing about Avid is most definitely the field trips. We recently went to UC Berkeley and had a tour of the whole school. We learned about the history of the campus and got to talk to current students about college.
Last month, we had an ice cream social where our band, orchestra, and choir students performed. Our leadership class has also hosted many lunch events, and we have a Halloween-themed lunch event tomorrow. Something that we were told is that this year there was growth in our end of the year skills, almost back to where we were before the pandemic. These social skills strengthen our community social skills, leading to more pro-social behavior, which makes it easier to learn. We think that's one reason our test scores went up. In conclusion, every year our school continues to rise and grow. We look forward to coming back and having other students share their perspectives. On behalf of Sunnyvale Middle School, thank you for taking the time and interest to learn to what's happening at our school.
They all help you basically.
English learner, he was in school too. And then became a teacher. So everyone responds to so when she comes in. So these are all volunteers, and they're all school workers. So they listen to parents, they talk with kids, they talk with teachers, and then they make the best decisions for our students. So these are all good sponsoring. You should take this one. You got a picture on time? If you can use this, it looks really Do you know Mr. Lombardi is Mr. Lombardi? When I was in Germany. So Mr. Lombardi and I are good friends, and I'm always with Mr. Lombardi to teach other people. And I said no. And then once in a top summer school, and if you look at the picture, yeah. So we always joke that he actually was a language teacher because his pictures. Really? Oh, no. Oh, I see. That's maybe if we take pictures again, so we can get this one, right? Okay. When we give speeches, we stand here and it's very intimidating. You're gonna sit in that spot, which will be better because you can see. Maybe Mr. was sorry, but maybe you can get my the students. The parents can have anything, the students can actually come to you. So if you were like, I think we need to have music every day at school instead of just Wednesdays. Just have fun and you can sing. I think pizza should be released every day. And then the board would listen and they would say, like, thank you for sharing, and then they would talk about it. Of course, that would be the first like every day. Who's born ready?
I just wanted to reinforce it.
I will not be getting up at all. So I can make it know.
I would love to see the world.
West Coast. Must be.
But there's so many.
I know. Okay.
But I did look it up.
Thank you.
It sounds like it, yeah, it sounds like it was a service. Like it was a service oriented, you know, around that area.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's legit, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it is. I looked it up. It's an interesting concept. Yeah, it is. It continues if I research when I read I think it's not certain words, it's like college is like, but like mine, it's national, it's an alumni after you get out, you get so it's continue. So it seemed like it had a little bit of that.
Okay, good. Yeah, sure, it's still good.
I was actually
All the conversation getting yeah. Right, if you did it, you don't.
Yeah.
Was it a big taco? Was it a street taco? I'm like, one taco, that's like one of them, like. What's your favorite taco? Pita casada? Yeah. That's usually what we have too. Last week I didn't get pretty good. Oh yeah. You wearing your costume? Yeah. You ready to go? Could you tell me this? I'm surprised. Maybe next year, not this year. Do you think that I would get more stickers cards if I was a stickers card? Yes. Perfect. Yeah. Peanut butter sauce. I've never seen it. Yeah, exactly. That's the dangerous part. Is if you eat like 16 bites of it. Perfect.
We started off already.
Will it be okay if we show this video to our You are going to be so good. You might even ask me for your autograph. You got to
I guess.
That was because I thought one, it worked out that way, but if they wanted to come out, they just not there. They need to just have that time, because in my opinion, get it, land, and then we, that's what it's like. The parents, yeah. We did the same. I like those for fun. Yeah. That's a little different.
Tanya was her.
Yeah.
Yeah, girl,
Freedom.
freedom, she likes the freedom.
She felt like I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm
He's very capable. If you have a strong leader,
When you do the girls, next time I'm not gonna do the group, but I'm gonna do it individually.
do you know what we're gonna have first? He requested. You're lucky way faster. 9 o'clock on the dot. She'll start with I put on my black eye mask and I put in my earplugs and I listen to Mr. Garcia's song. It's the best. And the little dog girls at this.
Oh, with the softball stuff.
It always feels good at the time and then.
I'm not. Okay.
Sometimes you gotta get it
And a chicken soup that's literally a puppy.
You already have one. And it just sounds.
Try to wear
Yes.
What do you want to do that?
Well, I mean, here in September. Maybe in the afternoon. Oh, yeah, I did. Well, I could have done like 30 minutes. Oh, no,
Also, like, a lot
Thank you for your patience. It's now 6:33 p.m. I'm calling back to order the special board meeting of the Board of Education on October 30th, 2025. As a reminder, a recording is being made of the meeting at the direction of the board. The recording may capture sounds in the room. I see that all members are present. 6A, closed session announcements, there was no action taken. So I would like to invite two students to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Allison Aguilar and Josiah Pena from Bishop Elementary School. Are you present? Would you like to lead us in the pledge? Why don't you come on up and
Oh, I see. Okay. Please stand up and put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
so and now Ms. Aguilar, are you going to read our land acknowledgement?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So that is item number 8. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to repair injustices and to move forward together in honorable ways.
Thank you.
Good job, Alice.
Excellent. So now we are on to reports. First up, item 9A, we have student reports. We'd like to hear from our student school representatives. From Columbia Middle School first, please.
Good evening. My name is Emily Wong. I'm the 8th student body president for the grade. Some things about me.
Mic check.
Good evening. My name is Emily Wong and I'm the 8th grade student body president for Columbia Middle School. Some things about me that I like are fashion, cameras, and playing sports. For example, basketball and track. And last year, I even got to finals for track. Being involved in so many different activities has helped me meet new people, learn achievements, and push myself to do best in everything I take on. There's so many fun and exciting activities at Columbia. From special events to everyday moments, there's always something happening at Columbia, and I'm going to tell you some of them. We have a yearly event in Columbia called the Haunted House. It is a super exciting event where students go to our multi-purpose room where our student art and leadership program helps decorate that room to make it spooky and scary for Halloween. Students love help setting it up and dressing as scare actors to bring out their creativity around campus. We also have another yearly event, our student versus staff volleyball tournament, where 8th grade students go against our staff, and this year the students won after being a year of being defeated. The energy throughout our tournament is always loud and cheerful. It shows good sportsmanship and fun competitive competition. At Amag, we have an eating week where students or parents are allowed to visit our campus and have an opportunity to share a meal with their child. It is a great time for families to meet their child's teachers and see what campus is like, but most importantly, have a fun time. In first year geometry, we are currently learning about proofs and how to prove by a pair of series of statements equals that. Typically, the structure of it contains us using postulates, for example, SSA or SSS to prove concurrence. Our teacher does a great job of helping us understand and preparing us for the school. Overall, Columbia has a bunch of exciting things to offer. There's never a dull moment at our school. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to listen to everything that's happening at our school. And now I'm going to pass this off to our 7th grade president, Viviana Brocken-Kale.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Crossway, and Central Community. My name is Viviana Brocken-Kale, and I'm the 7th grade president here at Columbia Middle School. Something you might want to know about me is that I'm a student athlete here at CMS, but I'm also a student athlete outside of school, and I play for a competitive softball team. We are the student body representatives from Columbia Middle School. We appreciate your time and chance to share and lift student voices. Tonight we are excited to share some updates from our school like sports, Halloween rams, and most importantly, haunted house. I'm excited to say that I was able to be a part of the leadership class at CMS this year. And in the class we get to organize haunted houses, dances, and other fun activities. Also, by being the 7th grade president here at Columbia Middle School, I'm going to be a part of selling Halloween rams. And Halloween rams are presents for you and your friends that contain candies, pencils, fidgets, and they get delivered on the 31st of October, which is Halloween. Haunted house is a fun but scary experience for whoever comes inside. These students get to be vampires, possessed dolls, clowns, and last but not least, Beetlejuice. This year, I played as a possessed doll, and everyone is very dedicated to their jobs in the haunted house, and it's completely safe for all ages. Next year, I would love to be able to take groups to the haunted house so I can have a front row seat of how they start and end their experience. Now for sports. Last season, we had girls softball, which I took part in. We didn't do the best, but it's the effort that counts. We also had co-ed cross country and they did pretty good this season. The current season at CMS offers girls volleyball and co-ed wrestling. I participated in volleyball last year and this year. My 6th grade year, I played in girls volleyball and we went to the playoffs. Hopefully this year we make it a lot farther with you guys' support. As for wrestling, last year they went to championship, so hopefully they'll do it again. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity, and I'll pass this on to our 6th grade president, Jeremiah. Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Martinez Alcazar. I am the 6th grade student body president. I would like to tell you about our spirit week we had last month at Columbia Middle School. The first day of our spirit week was the opposite day. On the opposite day, we wore our clothes backwards. The second day was sports day. We wore our favorite sports team jerseys. The third day was pajama day. We wore our pajamas. The fourth day was grade color day. We wore our sunny grade colors. The fifth day was anything but a backpack day. We took our school supplies in anything but a backpack. In 6th grade science, we are making a roller coaster out of wood and cardboard. We will be testing it out on Monday with a marble. This project will teach us about kinetic energy and gravity. This season, there is girls volleyball and boys and girl wrestling. The wrestling team faced Kennedy at Columbia this afternoon. And next Tuesday, they face Durham. The 7th grade girls volleyball is off to a great start. They have beat both Lawson and Kennedy. A few weeks ago, there was a soccer tournament at lunch. Each day, two teams would scrimmage each other. The students who participated in the soccer tournament received medals. This tournament helped kids get to make friends and get to know each other better. And everyone who participated had lots of fun. Some things you might be interested to know about me is I like to play football, go to cultural and cultural festivals. I like to work hard and have a fun time. I have a goal of inviting every Columbia student and staff member to a pizza party at the end of the year. To make it happen, I am fundraising. I would like to ask if anyone would like to contribute. If you would like to contribute a later time, please feel free to visit us and donate at our school. Thank you for considering. That will conclude the end of my speech. Have a good evening.
Next up, we have representatives from Sunnyvale Middle School. Please join us at the I'm sorry, at the dais. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Watson, trustees, superintendent classmate, and community. We represent Sunnyvale Middle School and appreciate the chance to serve and lift student voices. Tonight, we are excited to share updates, especially from our English learners and AGRI program. My name is Caleb Hollister, and I serve as student body president for Sunnyvale Middle School. I'm in 8th grade and also serve on the leadership activities team at our school. Over the last 2 weeks, we have been preparing for the fall winter dance. This is the first dance of the year, and it is important because dances create memories that last a lifetime, along with valuable skills like socializing outside the classroom and common etiquette in a unique environment. Our leadership class in ASB also hosted a club fair last month. Sunnyvale Middle features more than 30 clubs, which can be a lot for a student to try one by one. So the club fair allowed students to experience a bit of each club in a short amount of time, and opened the door to an opportunity to grow their community of friends with similar interests. Now Geronimo will share about his experience as an English learner. Hi, my name is Geronimo. I am in 7th grade at SMS. English support is important because it helps us learn to talk and write in English and read. We are learning about pollution and how it affects our planet. We have learned this by watching videos and writing notes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan and I am a 6th grader at SMS. In my EO support class, we were learning about how important it is to eat healthy meals at school. A special day was when the chef Samantha Van Gogh came to tell us about how she plans our meals. We're becoming great readers, listeners, and speakers in class.
Good evening, my name is Daniel Vargas. I am here speaking instead of practicing with my football team, where I am an offensive and defensive lineman. I am also an 8th grade average student and I've been in average for 2 years. Average stands for advancement via individual determination. It is an academic elective for students and 8th graders who want to be first to go to college in their family. When I was in 6th grade, I chose Avid because I will be the first in my family to attend college, and I want to attend college because it will open more job opportunities for me. In Avid, we have tutorials 2 times a week, every week. Tutorials improve my public speaking skills by presenting a point of confusion to my tutorial group, which is a 60-second speech that includes what I know and what I'm confused about. Tutorials also help me with critical thinking skills because I have to listen and ask other people about their point of confusion so we can try to solve their point of confusion.
Good evening, my name is Frida Almanza and I'm an 8th grade Avid student. I've been in Avid for 2 years and it's been an amazing experience. Avid has helped me prepare for college and gave me a desire to continue my dream career to be a veterinarian. I decided to join Avid in 6th grade because I wanted to be more organized in my work and help me prepare for college. One thing that has pushed me to be more organized are weekly organization checks, and my must have organized backpacks and full agenda every week, and it helps me keep track of my papers. We also do focus notes, where we write notes about classwork and have a process to help us remember what we learned. It's not my favorite thing ever, but it has benefited me to remember information for all my classes. My favorite thing about Avid is most definitely the field trips. We recently went to UC Berkeley and had a tour of the whole school. We learned about the history of the campus and got to talk to our current students about college. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Ellie Yao and I serve as secretary and part of leadership activities. Last month, we had an ice cream social where our band, orchestra, and choir students performed. Our leadership class has also hosted many lunch events and we have a holiday-themed lunch events tomorrow. We were told about this year that there was a growth in school-wide NWEA scores, almost back to where we were before the pandemic. These social events strengthen our community's social skills, leading to more pro-social behavior, which makes it easier to learn. We think that's one reason our test scores went up. In conclusion, every year our school continues to rise and grow. We look forward to coming back and having other students share their perspective. On behalf of Sunnyvale Middle School, thank you for taking the time and interest to listen to what's happening at our school.
I would like to invite the students up for a picture with the board. Come on up to go to the front and take a little picture really quick.
We might need to do 2 rows. Can we maybe get a few up front and then
While they're sitting, I just want to thank Mr. Iwasaki and Mr. Cole for making this happen, so thank you so much. And of course, we want to thank all the parents, thank you for your support so much. Es que se preparan para la foto, quiero darle las gracias a todos los padres y los directores por estar aquí con nosotros hoy.
you can stand up and come in. Oh, okay. She's there.
Not everybody, I can see everybody.
Which camera?
Right, if I could ask Isabel to take a step to the, yeah, towards me, thank you. I can see everybody, all right, ready, over here, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. And anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Those are excellent student reports. We really appreciate appreciate that. We are on to item 9B, which is our superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Watson. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. Thank you for being here with us today. Special thanks to all of our amazing students for the reports this evening. Muchísimas gracias a ellos por los reportes. Let's go to the next slide, please. So on Monday, we had a chance to celebrate Cherry Chase Teacher of the Year at the county office. Ms. Jennifer Taylor, you can see a picture of Ms. Taylor there. So once again, congratulations to her and all of our teachers and everybody who does an amazing job for our students. Let's go to the next slide. Today, I had the amazing opportunity to have my first student advisory committee. And I know Allison and Caleb were here, and you heard from them earlier. But our students did an amazing job, and I was so proud to be able to spend some time with them earlier today. Let's go to the next slide. One of the things that I want to share with you is I asked them, what do you like about Sunnyvale School District? What do you appreciate about your school? And so these are just some of the things, and let me tell you, I got pages of this. They kept going and going just because they had a lot to share about what they appreciate about their school, about the school district. And, they get to learn about animals and how to treat others, right? The science labs, the field trips, they talked about lunch, they talked about their teachers and their classmates. So it was really nice to hear a little bit about what they appreciate. Let's go to the next slide. And then I also asked them, if you were the superintendent for the day, what would you change? And a lot of suggestions as well, including, of course, and it wasn't just about themselves. So you can see that first line right there is someone said, buy lunch for all of their teachers, right? Ask students what they like about school. More overnight field trips, making sure that students and teachers are always connected well. And someone said communication is the key. And so they even talked about physics, they talked about, giving students more opportunities to challenge themselves. The buses, I know it's a challenge for us, and we've been having some challenges with that. But so they were very honest about what they would do if they had the opportunity to be the superintendent for the day. And so with that, President Watson, I'm going to conclude my presentation for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're on to item 9C, board members' reports. Evelyn, would you like to begin?
I've been really busy with work. First of all, we opened up another location. So we have 7 different locations, and we just opened up a Sunnyvale location, so I started there. So I've been busy with work. And then at school, tomorrow we have our sorting ceremony for the Harry Potter's ceremony at Ms. Levine's class. I'm also helping with book club and our fall carnival and our craft fair that's coming up. I've been working on silent auctions and getting donations for our craft fair that's in November. Last night I went to my first fall annual dinner with the SBA, and that was really fun to see all the students, the student panels for the their multilingual journey. It was inspiring to see them up there and talking about their journey and their experiences. And it's really nice to hear what they have to say about their journeys. Thank you.
Not much to report this time. This week there was a DLAT after the first DLAT of this academic year. It was very interesting. A lot of families came, and yesterday was the SCCSBA fall dinner. Other than that, I don't have much to report.
I just wanted to share, I think most of board knows, so I went with my husband to ICMA, so it's International City Managers Association Annual Conference. So kind of like CSBA, but for the staff leadership in local government. And I went to, I ended up going to a lot of sessions because so much, it's not education directly, but so much of it is very connected. And I had lots of cool things, but I was gonna share just two really quick. One was I went to a really great session about emotional, a lot of the sessions, the ones in particular were about kind of emotions and connecting with people, because I think that's such an important space in, kind of today's world. Anyway, so it was about emotional intelligence and they used Inside Out, and so it was just a very fun, entertaining one. And then one of the general sessions was Arthur Brooks. I think he's done a few books, I've heard his name before. But he, one of the main things was that, thinking about in our society and when you have anger and you kind of have feelings of disgust, those combine together to create this feeling or this emotion of contempt. And he said that's what leads to polarization. It's one of the most destructive feelings and emotions, right? And I was kind of thinking about that and thinking about kind of like stuff we've thought about in the past, and just that like kind of how do we avoid that feeling contempt for other people, right, in other spaces. Anyways, it was just a cool conference and reminded me it was basically like CSBA, just not directly about education.
Good evening. I've had a really great opportunity to be in the community this past few weeks. I attended the Asian American Parents Association webinar about IA, and I thank Mr. Nishihara for presenting on behalf of us. A common theme that something I've been thinking about a lot is how in community we can grow so much and inspire each other, and to be seeing each other and honoring each other in different ways, and learning and being inspired by others is really unifying, and I think very important right now in this time. So I've also been able to visit TK schools. So we went to 3 different schools on one day, and again, another opportunity to really appreciate what every school site is doing. I went with President Watson to Fairwood, and then to Lakewood, and to San Miguel, TK, all on the same day. That was a great opportunity. We also had the Sunnyvale Education Foundation Roundtable, and that was about field trips and outdoor learning, garden learning, and the opportunity to touch grass. And that really got me, that's actually part of the tagline, it's like the magic of touching grass. But that got me thinking about how we are preparing our students for high school and beyond, and about providing those really immersive hands-on opportunities to learn. I was really inspired by our 7th grade science teacher at CMS, Gazelle Seraphin, who is a first-generation scientist and teacher here, and just a great inspiration to many, many students, and now to us at the roundtable. And finally, I attended the challenge team today, which is held at the Department of Public Safety in Sunnyvale, and it's just another opportunity for many different resources to come together and learn about supporting our students and sharing resources in that way. So my 2 big words this past few weeks has been community and opportunity, and I will send in the rest of my activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that some blue cards are handed out. Do we have enough blue cards to go around? Yeah. We do, okay. So, all right, so I am gonna send in my activities. I just wanted to make the announcement that November is National Native American Month. It's one of the heritage months that we adopted on our board calendar, and it's a national holiday this as a month. There is an opportunity at our local library to learn about the Muwekma Ohlone tribe for grades 2 through 8 on Monday, November 3rd from 4 to 5 p.m. You have to sign up for it, but it's it's about history, culture, language, about the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, and also there'll be activities going on in our schools related to National Native American Month. And then also November 16th through 22nd, this year is National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. And there is a website about that and a framework to get organized. We do have food support for food insecure students on the agenda tonight. So, and I've shared this resource with Superintendent Dr. Crossley. But I do encourage the public to reach out to support our partner organizations like Sunnyvale Community Services, Second Harvest Food Bank, or to, work with their schools and their community to, in the face of cutbacks to food banks, supplemental nutrition funding from the state and federal government, and cuts to safety net services. Again, I'm gonna send my activities in, so we can move on to item D, which is the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there's an official representative who would like to speak on this topic, you're welcome to raise your electronic hand now. Okay, see none, item E. Oh, yes? No, okay, 9E, California School Employees Association. We'd like to invite you to raise your electronic hand if you would like to speak now. Okay, seeing none. Item 9F is the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. If there's an official representative you'd like to speak, please let us know. And then today we're on to public comments on non-agendized items. For items not on the agenda, this portion of the agenda gives the public an opportunity to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Okay, those are all, okay. So, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on non-agendized items? Do we have any online? Okay, seeing none, we are on to item 11, which is consent agenda. So consent agenda, any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. And if necessary, any items may be removed for separate action, and the public may address the board on any items on the consent agenda. If there's a member of the public who would like to comment on the consent agenda, please let us know now. Okay, seeing none, well, I don't have anything to pull for a separate consideration, but there are just two quick things I wanted to discuss. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda as listed.
A second.
Thank you. So for discussion, I wanted to make a mention of item 11C3, which is the 25-26 certificated adjunct duty chart. I wanted to say, while I appreciate that these are getting cleaned up, I hope that we are revisiting it as part of our overall systems expectations in the future. And I also wanted to note that for item 11D4, which is the Elevation Syracuse, while I'm okay with approving this contract for expenses, I still really am waiting for a breakdown of special education expenses that are broken out in terms of transportation, litigation, contracts, not just what we're charged. If there's a way to get like a one pager on that at some point. And then that is all I have for that. Did anyone else comment or discuss that? Does that seem reasonable, just getting a one pager about special ed?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment about, was it the C3, which you just mentioned, the certificate adjunct duty chart. Just reading through it, I know this is a cleanup from what we've done in the past, but reading through it, I had some questions about the types of additional duties and the tiers, and so that is something I do look forward to revisiting. Thank you.
Isabel, do you want to say something? No. Okay. All right, are you ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, and the motion passes, consent agenda passes. Okay, We are now on to item 12, and I wanted to ask a favor, since I seem to have a ton of cards here for one of the agenda items for 12C. Would it be all right if we flipped it to do, so I think approving the agenda was, who approved the agenda and seconded? I wanted to know if you could modify it to do 12C before 12A and B.
I think it was Katie and I. Is that right?
Katie and Isabel.
Okay, yeah, so I move to change the order from to put 12C ahead of 12A in consideration of the people in the room.
Okay, and then, so we're gonna do.
We have to vote.
Oh, okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Will we need translation services for this?
I think so.
Okay. Okay, so the first speaker I have is Fatima.
And sorry, you said 3 minutes each?
Oh, yes, oh, actually, let me count quickly, 1,
Good evening.
Okay, just one moment, please, okay. Sorry, excuse me, I just have to kind of need to figure out how much time, and I do have a chart. Sorry. So, board, I'm wondering if we could extend the time as a maximum time to 25 minutes so that everybody could get 2 minutes each. Does that sound reasonable instead of 20 minutes? Okay, so everyone will have 2 minutes each, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, yes. Thank you. So, all right.
Since there's quite a few, do you want us to say who the next person is so they can be ready?
Right. Okay, so we're actually gonna do, sorry, this one's stapled upside down. We're gonna do item 12C next, which is review and discussion, which is no decisions will be made, nothing to approve tonight, on student nutrition and meal access during school breaks. Actually, did you want to introduce anyone first before we have the speakers?
So just to provide some context, one of the challenges that we're faced with right now, and it's not just in Santa Clara County, is that due to the government shutdown, we know that there's an impact on families and other organizations, including here with Second Harvest, our food distribution, EBT, SNAP, and a lot of our families, as it is right now, are struggling to just make ends meet, to be able to provide basic necessities and food to their families. And so on top of that, now we have an additional challenge that we may have less resources coming in. And so that's why our board wanted to have this on the agenda so that we can start thinking ahead about what we can start doing now in collaboration with our community, with other partners, to address these issues and be able to support as well. And so thank you for being here, guys, but it's not like you can also okay.
Okay, so welcome Fatima, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, evening members of the board and student. My name is Fatima and I'm 10 years old. I'm part of the community of Leaders Junior and I go to a school here in Sunnyvale. Today I want to share how much the school meal program means to me and my family. I live with my mom and she's the head of our household. She works very hard every day, sometimes more than one job, just to make sure I have everything I need to do well in schools and to do good in life. I see how stressed it's for her, how she worries about paying rent, buying groceries, and making sure we have everything we need. These programs will help more than just me. They help my mom too. When I get breakfast or lunch at school, I know it takes some pressure off her. I feel
I see her feel a little relief, and I know it helps her focus on giving me the best she can. I also see that it helps my friends and their families in the same way. Many of my classmates depend on these meals, and it makes real differences from them and the people who take care of them. That's why I also support the neutral program during school breaks. These programs are very important for families like mine. When school is out, it can be even harder to families to make sure their children have enough to eat. These meals provide relief, stability, so kids can stay healthy and focused, and parents don't have to worry so much. I know how much these programs help my mom and so many other parents in our community. Because these programs, I can come to school full. I can focus, and I'm ready to learn. I don't have to worry about being hungry or distracted. I can pay attention to my teachers and my schoolwork. It also helps my mom feel a little less stressed because she knows at last one thing, my food is taken care of. I hope these programs can continue not just for me, but all the students and families who rely on them. They make schools and school breaks a time where we can grow, learn, and have the chances to do our best every day. Thank you for listening to me and for caring about kids like me and families like mine.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Next up, we have Maria Agala, and then after that it'll be Claudia Camacho.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo y Superintendente UDE. Mi nombre es María Ayala, soy líder de la comunidad de servicios comunitarios y soy madre de un estudiante de escuela primaria. Estoy aquí para compartir mi perspectiva como madre que ha recibido un gran apoyo de los programas de comida escolar, incluyendo los programas de nutrición durante los recesos escolares. Trabajo muy duro todos los días para mantener a mi familia. Soy la cabeza de nuestro hogar y hago todo lo posible para mi hija tenga lo que necesita para tener éxito en la escuela y en la vida. Vivir en Sunnyvale es caro y trabajando mucho a veces es difícil cubrir la renta, los alimentos y otras necesidades básicas. Estos programas han sido un apoyo increíble para mi familia. Cuando mi hija recibe comida en la escuela, me quita un poco de presión en casa. Sé que ella está bien alimentada, concentrada y lista para aprender. Estos programas no solo ayudan a los estudiantes, sino que también ayudan a los padres como yo, porque nos dan tranquilidad al saber que las necesidades básicas de nuestros hijos están cubiertas. Los programas de nutrición durante los recesos escolares son especialmente importantes. Cuando no hay clases, aún más difícil asegurar que mi hija tenga comida suficiente y que sé que no estoy sola. Muchas familias en nuestra comunidad enfrentan los mismos retos. Estos programas ayudan a que los niños sigan comiendo bien, se mantengan saludables, regresen a las escuelas listos para aprender, incluso cuando las comidas regulares de la escuela no están disponibles. También he visto cuánto ayudan estos programas a otros padres en nuestra comunidad. Familias que trabajan varios empleos o que enfrentan barreras para acceder a otras. Ayudas dependen de estos programas para mantener a sus hijos alimentados, cuidados. Son un apoyo vital para familias que luchan por salir adelante. Les pido al distrito que continúen con estos programas y que amplíen su enlace para que todas las familias que lo necesitan puedan acceder a ellos de manera segura. Estas comidas no solo son alimentos, son seguridad, estabilidad y una oportunidad para que cada niño tenga éxito. Gracias por escucharme y apoyar a familias como la mía y a niños como mi hija.
So if I can have maybe a minute to provide a summary of her comments. My name is Maria Ayala, and she's a leader here in the community as well as a parent and a mother of a middle school student. I'm here today to share my perspective as a parent and the importance of receiving the support regarding the food meal or lunch programs. She works She works hard during the day to support her family. She's the head of the family in her home. And to live in Sunnyvale is expensive. And there's a lot of work, and sometimes it's difficult to cover the rent, food, and other basic necessities. These programs support and provide incredible support to my family. When my daughter receives her meals at school, it takes a little bit of pressure off of her. The nutrition programs during recess, during the breaks, are especially important. When there are no classes, it's even more difficult to provide her daughter the support that she needs in regards to providing proper nutrition. And then, so I'm reading and translating here. And then she's also seen from other parents in the community. Other parents are also working hard, and there's a lot of obstacles and challenges to be able to support the students and families, and these programs are especially important for, again, good nutrition. And your support is vital for families who are fighting and struggling to salir adelante, to stay ahead. And so again, she asked the district to continue supporting these programs and to amplify or expand the support services that are available for all families who may need this type of support as well. Thank you so much for listening. Council members?
Okay, next up we have Maria Ayala, and then, we just did Maria Ayala. Vale Camacho and Elizabeth Rodriguez.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta y Superintendente Goodyear. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Rodríguez y fui estudiante de Sunnyvale Middle School. Hoy estoy aquí para hablar como hija de una madre que trabaja muy duro para que yo pueda estudiar en este distrito y tener un buen futuro. Mi mamá es madre soltera y aunque trabaja a tiempo completo, no siempre es fácil para nosotras. A veces, después de pagar la renta y las cosas básicas, no queda mucho dinero para la comida. Gracias a los programas de asistencia alimentaria, yo he podido venir a la escuela sin preocuparme si iba a tener algo que comer ese día. Gracias a esos programas, pude concentrarme en mis clases, en mis tareas y en mis sueños. Yo sé lo que es ver a mi mamá estresada porque quiere dármelo todo, pero también sé que hay cosas que ella no puede controlar y sé que hay más familias como la mía, y sé que hay muchas más familias como la mía. Muchos de mis compañeros dependen de la comida de la escuela para poder aprender y sentirse bien durante el día. Pero cuando los niños tienen hambre, no pueden enfocarse, no pueden aprender igual y no es justo que un niño tenga que preocuparse por algo tan básico como su próxima comida. Nosotros no solo queremos estudiar, queremos crecer y tener un futuro mejor. Por eso les pido, como estudiante, que por favor encuentren una manera de seguir apoyando a las familias durante los recesos escolares. No quiero que otros niños pasen lo que yo pasé. No quiero que mis compañeros vengan a la escuela con hambre o preocupados. Todos merecemos sentirnos seguros, apoyados y listos para aprender. Gracias por escucharme y pensar en estudiantes como yo.
All right, so again, a summary. My name is Elizabeth Rodriguez, and I'm a student at Sunnyvale Middle School. I am here today to talk as a daughter of a mother who works really hard to support her as a student in this district so that she can have a better future. My mom is a single parent, and although she works full time, it's not always enough, or it's not always easy for us. Sometimes, after paying the rent and other basic needs, there's not much left for food. Thankfully, due to the nutrition services programs, I've had the opportunity to come to school to focus on my studies without having to worry about food on that day. Thanks to those programs, I can concentrate on my classes, on my homework, and on my dreams. I know what it's like to see my mother stressed out because she wants to give me everything. Oh man, sorry, getting emotional here. Yeah, you want to do it? Yes. Thank you.
I wanted to say anything because I didn't know
That's
how
fine.
to say the first part of that
Okay,
sentence. Thanks to the program of food assistance, I have been able to come to school without worrying about what I'm going to eat that day. Thanks to those programs, I can concentrate on my classes, my homework, and my dreams. I know what it's like to see my mom stressed because she wants me to give me everything I need. But I know that there are things that she can control, and I know that there are more families like mine and other students that depend on the food that the school provides to learn and feel good through the day. When students feel hungry, they can focus. They can learn the same. They can learn the same way, and it's not fair that a kid should worry about such a basic thing like knowing what your next meal is going to be. We only want to study, grow up, and have a better future. That's why I'm here asking as a student to please find a way to keep supporting us and the families during these school lunches and food and providing food. I don't want other kids to go through the same thing that I went through, and I don't want my classmates to come to school hungry and worried about their alimentation. Everyone deserves to feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. Thank you for listening and supporting other students like me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Claudia Camacho and then Juan Alvarez.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta y Superintendente Gurriel. Mi nombre es Claudia Camacho, soy miembro de los líderes comunitarios de Sunnyvale, Community Service, comisionada de Relaciones Humanas y madre de 2 bebés. Hoy vengo a hablar en mi propia representación. Estoy aquí para compartir mi experiencia como madre que cada día se esfuerza por sacar a mi hija adelante y a mi bebé acá en la ciudad de Sunnyvale. Y como alguien que en algún momento ha sacado beneficio de los programas de asistencia alimentaria, decidí quedarme aquí en Sunnyvale porque sabía que mi hija merecía una educación de calidad y también una vida segura. Es una ciudad muy segura y la educación que dan aquí en las escuelas es de las mejores. Quería que estudiara en la Sunnyvale Middle School, salió muy preparada y sé que tendrá mejores oportunidades en este lugar. Pero quedarse aquí en esta ciudad no es fácil, la renta sube, los costos de vida también, y como madre soltera, cada dólar cuenta. Hubo meses en los que después de pagar la renta y los gastos básicos, el tema de la comida se hace con restricciones. No se aguanta hambre, pero sí hay muchas restricciones. Gracias a estos programas.
I'm translating. Sorry. Please continue.
Thank you. Gracias a esos programas, mi hija pudo ir a la escuela con algo en el estómago en algunas oportunidades. Ella puede concentrarse, aprender y no sentirse frustrada. Yo trabajo duro, me levanto temprano y hago todo lo que puedo para mantenernos. Vengo a recordarles que hay muchas familias como la mía que trabajan, aportan a esta comunidad, que luchan para quedarse aquí y creer en la educación y en el futuro de sus hijos. Hoy, al suspenderse el programa de asistencia nutricional,
Sorry. I'm trying. The sound was off. It just got. I've turned off the translation. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
Hoy, al suspenderse el programa de asistencia nutricional, muchas madres como yo volverán a sentir esa preocupación de no saber cómo vamos a completar en algunos pagos. y nuestros hijos lo sentirán también. Por eso les pido como madre, trabajadora y como miembro de esta comunidad que busquen una manera de apoyar a los estudiantes durante los recesos, que nadie tenga que elegir entre quedarse en esta ciudad para cuidar a sus hijos y tengan una educación digna o poner comida en la mesa. Nuestros hijos merecen crecer con seguridad, dignidad y con la oportunidad de aprender sin hambre y sin miedo. Muchas gracias por escucharme y por considerar el impacto real que sus decisiones tienen en familias como la mía. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta y Superintendente Iber.
Okay, her name is Claudia. My name is Claudia Camacho, a member of the leadership here in the Sunnyvale Community Services. She's here today to share her experience as a mother who's struggling every day so that she can provide her daughter an opportunity here in Sunnyvale. She decided to stay in Sunnyvale because she knows that her daughter deserves a good education of high quality, and she wanted to study and continue her studies at Sunnyvale Middle School. But staying here in the city is not easy. The rent keeps going up, other costs continue increasing, and as a single mother, every dollar counts. There's been months where after paying the rent and other basic costs, there's barely enough to purchase food. There's been times where she's had to make the decision in between purchasing gasoline for her car for work or purchasing more food at home. In those moments, the nutrition programs here in the district were saving her. Thanks to these programs, her daughter was able to continue going to school and not worry about being in school with an empty stomach. Thanks to your support, she was able to concentrate, learn, and not feel different or ashamed. I work hard, I wake up early, I do everything I can to provide support for her family. And so she's here today to remind us how much families like herself and her daughter who are working and doing everything to support the community, who are struggling to stay here in this community so that they can provide an education for their children. And that's why she's asking as a parent, as a worker, as a member of the community, to find a way to support families and students during the breaks. No one should have to choose between staying in this community so that their children can get an education, a dignified education, or putting food on their table. Our children deserve security, dignified security, and the opportunity to learn without being hungry and without fear. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Kostic, for translating. Next up, we have Juan Alvarez, and then after that, Bailey Ticho? Melitano. Okay, sorry.
Buenas noches, miembros del board y superintendente Udiel. Mi nombre es Juan, soy parte de los líderes de la comunidad de Sunnyvale Community Services y soy estudiante en este distrito. Bueno, fui estudiante de este distrito. Además, soy parte del programa McKinney Bento. Eso significa que como otros estudiantes, no he tenido una vivienda estable. Soy uno de los más de 8,000 estudiantes sin vivienda del condado de Santa Clara. Durante un tiempo, mi madre y yo vivimos en nuestro coche. Después logramos entrar a un shelter y no fue fácil. Hacer tarea con la luz pequeña del carro, dormir con frío y tratar de descansar mientras escuchas el tráfico afuera. Esas son cosas que nunca pensé vivir y aún así traté de seguir adelante porque quiero un futuro mejor. Cuando estás en una situación así, lo único que deseas es estabilidad, un lugar seguro y alto tan básico como comer todos los días. Los programas de comida de la escuela han sido una parte esencial en mi vida. Estoy aquí para decirles que gracias a esos programas yo pude ir a clases enfocado, sin sentir el dolor del hambre, sin tener que preocuparme todo el día por cuándo sería mi próxima comida. Cuando estás preocupado por dónde vas a dormir o si vas a comer, es muy difícil pensar en matemáticas, en ciencias o en tu futuro. Pero cuando la escuela te da seguridad, cuando sabes que al menos ahí podrás comer y estar tranquilo, Puedes respirar, puedes aprender y puedes soñar. No todos los estudiantes hablan de estas cosas, muchos tienen miedo o vergüenza, pero yo estoy aquí para representarlos y para decirles que estos programas son más que comida, son esperanza, son dignidad y son oportunidades. Con la suspensión del programa de asistencia nutricional, muchos estudiantes como yo volverán a sentir ese miedo. No debería ser así. Ningún estudiante debería tener que preocuparse por comida mientras trata de construir su futuro. Los invito con respeto a buscar soluciones para que los estudiantes puedan seguir teniendo acceso a alimentos durante los recesos escolares. Queremos estudiar, queremos salir adelante, queremos aportar a esta comunidad, solo necesitamos apoyo para poder hacerlo. Gracias por escucharme y por pensar en estudiantes como yo.
All right, I'm gonna try this Google Translate here. But I can't read it now. My name is Juan. I am one of the community leaders at Sunnyvale Community Service and a student in this district. I am also part of the McKinley-Vento program. That means, like many other students, I haven't had stable housing. I am one of more than 8,000 unhoused students in Santa Clara County. For a while, my mother and I lived in our car. Later, we managed to get into a shelter. It wasn't easy. Doing homework by a small car light, sleeping in the cold, trying to rest while listening to the traffic outside. Those are things I never thought I would experience. And yet I tried to keep going because I wanted a better future. When you're in a situation like that, all you want is stability, a safe place, and something basic as eating every day. School meal programs have been an essential part of my life, and I'm here to tell you thanks to those programs I was able to go to class focused without feeling the pain of hunger, without having to worry all day and when my next meal would be. When you're worried about where you're going to sleep or if you're going to eat, it's very difficult to think about math, science, or your future. But when school gives you that security, when you know that at least there you can eat and be at peace, you can breathe, you can learn, and you can dream. Not all students talk about these things. Many are afraid or ashamed, but I'm here to represent them, to tell you that these programs are more than food. They are hope, they are dignity, and they are the opportunities. With the suspension of the Nutrition Assistance Program, many students like me will feel that fear again. It shouldn't be this way. No student should ever have to worry about food while trying to build their future. I respectfully invite you to seek solutions so that students can continue to have access to food during the school breaks. We want to study, we want to get ahead, we want to contribute to this community. We just need your support to do it. Thank you for listening and for thinking about students like me.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Bailey and then Sydney.
Buenas noches, miembros del board y superintendente Caudiel. Mi nombre es Bailey Militano, pero vengo en representación de la directora de la Community Leaders. Esto es lo que me mandó. Soy presidenta de los líderes comunitarios de Sunnyvale Community Services y también apoyo diariamente durante las horas de descanso en la escuela primaria en Sunnyvale. Cada día en nuestras escuelas veo a niños que dependen de la comida escolar para poder pasar el día. Sé que muchos no se pueden concentrar en clases porque tienen hambre. Sé que su rendimiento académico se ve afectado, no por falta de esfuerzo, sino porque en sus hogares enfrentan situaciones de necesidad, ansiedad y desesperación relacionadas con la falta de alimentos. La suspensión del programa de asistencia nutricional afectará directamente a estas familias con las que trabajamos todos los días en nuestras escuelas y en nuestro centro comunitario. Muchos estudiantes llegan a clase con hambre, preocupados por lo que pasan en casa, y esas circunstancias impactan su aprendizaje y bienestar emocional y su desarrollo como personas. Sabemos que a veces los datos no reflejan completamente la realidad. Muchas familias no responden encuestas por miedo, por desconfianza o porque existen barreras de lenguaje. Pero como alguien que está en el terreno apoyando a esas familias día tras día, puedo asegurarles con absoluta certeza que la necesidad es real, urgente y profunda. Nuestros niños merecen aprender con la barriga llena, con tranquilidad y con la oportunidad de desarrollarse plenamente. Les agradezco mucho por escuchar nuestras voces
y por su compromiso con la comunidad y su futuro.
Like, like this, así de esa manera?
Sí.
Okay. My name is Juliana Valencia, and I am the president of Sunnyvale Community Services Community Leaders. And I also provide daily support during recess at Sunnyvale Elementary School. Every day at our schools, I see children who rely on school meals to get through the day. I know that many cannot concentrate in class because they are hungry. I know that their academic performance suffers, not for the lack of effort, but because at home they face situations of need, anxiety, and despair related to food insecurity. The suspension of the nutritional assistance program will directly impact these families with whom we work every day at our schools and at the community center. Many students arrive at school hungry, worried about what is happening at home, and these circumstances impact their learning, their emotional well-being, and their development as individuals. We know that sometimes data doesn't fully reflect reality. Many families don't respond to surveys because of fear, mistrust, or language barriers. But as someone who's on the ground supporting these families day after day, I can assure you with absolute certainty that the need is real, urgent, and profound. Our children deserve to learn on a full belly, in peace, and with the opportunity to fully develop. We thank you for listening to our voices and for your commitment to the community and its future.
Thank you.
Did Judy come? And she's bilingual too. So she's here representing Judy. Oh, she's here representing Judy Valencia. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Sydney, and after that, Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Sydney, and I am a community leader with the Sunnyvale Community Services, a Human Relations Commissioner, and a para-educator in this school district, where I have the privilege of working every day with our Hispanic students and their families. Today I speak on my own behalf, and I have come to you not only as an educator, but as a direct witness to what many of our students experience on a daily basis. Every day I see students arrive at school hungry. I see them trying to learn, trying to focus, but their minds are elsewhere, on the pain of an empty stomach or the worry of not knowing if there will be enough food at home that night. When I work with them, I don't just help with homework. I listen to their stories, I listen to their fears, and everything else that they have to share. Many times I hear their stomachs growling because they haven't eaten enough. Many of these children come from families who work hard, families who deeply love their children and make enormous sacrifices to give them a better future. But living in Sunnyvale is expensive. Even with full-time jobs, many families struggle to cover basic needs like housing and food. With the suspension of the nutritional assistance program, I know that many of these families, many of the same ones I see every day, will deeply be affected, and students will feel it too, in their learning, their health, and their emotional well-being. We cannot expect a child to learn when they are hungry. We cannot ask them to focus or ask them for good behavior or good academic performance with the most basic need, food, not being met. This is why today I ask you, from my heart, as someone who is in the classroom every day, to find a solution to support these students during school breaks. We need a plan that ensures our children have access to food no matter the season or the reason, or whether it be recess or lunchtime for them. Our students deserve to start each day and be ready to learn, not worried about where their next meal will be coming from. Educators, as leaders, and as a community, we have the responsibility to protect the children and give them the tools for a better future. Thank you for listening and for your commitment to our families and students.
Thank you. Next up we have Jonathan Valencia and then Miranda Patel.
And the last one was representing for Pedro.
Sorry?
The statement I gave was in representation of Pedro, who couldn't make it today.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, welcome.
Hello. All right. My name is Jonathan Valencia. I am a member of the Sunnyvale Community Services leadership. So me, community leader at Sunnyvale Community Services, as well as a paraeducator at Elk State High School here, representing the future of a lot of students here in the district. And I can tell you as an experience, as an educator, the number one thing that I hear from a student who is not working is, I'm hungry. I hear it almost every day. Students who come in the morning who didn't have anything for breakfast, or from students who didn't bring anything and have to wait for the next break from school to grab something to eat from campus. So I know times can be very difficult with budgeting, and priorities when teaching can be very complicated. But from my time working in education, I know that a hungry student is not a student who's going to learn anything. Their minds are not able to improve any skill they have. And I can also tell you, as a former student of San Miguel Elementary and a former student of Columbia Middle School, that having school lunches helped me a lot. My mom didn't have time to make me lunch because she would look for work, and my father was also working early mornings. So the fact that I could go to school during any recess, or sometimes during before school for breakfast, I could go in, grab something to eat, and then not really think about my belly when I'm learning how to do 1 + 2. It helped me a lot. So in this very difficult time and difficult world we live in, I hope that we prioritize student hunger as the #1 priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Miranda and then Vince.
Good evening, board members and superintendent.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm with you. I did the same thing. Translating.
Hi, good evening, board members and superintendent. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Gurria. My name is Miranda. My name is Miranda, and I am a junior community leader. I am a student at an elementary school. I know that I'm young, but I want to share something important with you. I've had the opportunity to spend time with me of children at my school, and I've seen how many of them often come to school without breakfast or lunch. I've heard them say they're hungry because they didn't eat breakfast, and I can see on their faces that they feel tired or sad. And when that happens, it's hard for us to learn or play and be happy. Without energy, it's hard. It breaks my heart to see them like this because, like me, they just want to come to school to learn and be with their friends, but sometimes they're really not having enough food becomes a barrier, and that's not fair. I know that my school is a place where we should feel safe and cared for, and as my mom says, we are all equal and have the same rights and opportunities. When my friends don't have enough food, I know they don't feel this way. I've seen them trying to pay attention, but it's very difficult to learn when your stomach is empty. Food programs help a lot because when my friends can eat, they feel better, smile more, and can learn just like everyone else. I want all boys and girls to have the same opportunities and for no one to have to come to school worrying about whether they're going to eat or not. Please help ensure that children at school, all schools continue to have food even during recess. We all deserve to learn, grow, and feel good. Thank you for listening and for helping us.
Thank you. Next up we have Lindsay and is it Luz Marina?
Buenas noches.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jency Guillo, soy miembro de la comunidad de líderes de Sunnyvale y hoy estoy aquí for my son, my daughter. Ellos estudian en este distrito escolar, a los cuales estoy muy feliz de hacer parte. Y hoy no solamente estoy hablando por mis hijos, hablo también por la comunidad, por mis vecinos, por my friends, que sé las dificultades que atraviesan para darles alimentos a sus hijos. Por eso estoy aquí el día de hoy para pedir, solicitar que estos programas no sean suprimidos, sino que por el contrario apoyen, ya que ayudan a muchas de nuestras familias. La comida que reciben nuestros hijos durante el receso no solo llena el estómago del estudiante, muchas veces alimenta a toda una familia. Quiero que sepan que no estamos hablando solo de las loncheras escolares, estamos hablando de dignidad, de paz y poder respirar un poco. Tengo el placer de ser voluntaria en diferentes espacios de esta comunidad y lo que me ha permitido conocer es la realidad que atraviesa nuestra comunidad, en especial nuestra comunidad latina. Hay otra verdad y es que nuestra comunidad tiene muchas familias que tienen miedo a pedir ayuda, miedo de ser deportados, miedo por no hablar inglés, de que no sean escuchados o no califiquen para estos programas. No quiere decir que no exista la necesidad, quiero decir que la necesidad aún puede ser más grande. Por eso hoy les pedimos que por favor mantengan el apoyo para estos programas durante los recesos, ya que es un alivio enorme para nuestras familias. Muchas gracias por escucharnos y por permitirnos estar acá.
Thank you.
Okay, just a minute. My name is Yancy Wheel, and I'm a member of the leaders of the community of Sunnyvale Community Services, and today I'm here as a mother of 2 children who are students in this district. Today, I'm not only speaking on behalf of my children, but also my family, but for all children in this community that has opened doors for us. And I know that the challenges that they face to provide their families with the proper nutrition. Today, I'm here to ask for your help with these programs, that they not be eliminated, but instead are expanded to support our families. The food and nutrition provided during the breaks often supports the entire family. We're also taking notice about the dignity and respect for all of us. Oops, sorry. I'm also have the pleasure of being a volunteer at different places here in this community, which has allowed me to get to know our community, especially the Latino community. Oops. And in our community, our families are afraid of asking for help. There are parents who will not complete applications because of fear of being deported, or because they don't understand the language or English, or because they feel that they do not qualify. This does not mean that the need does not exist, but the need is there, and even more than we might be noticeable on paper. And that's why we're here to ask them for your support to continue supporting these nutrition programs, especially during the breaks. It would be, this would be an additional support for our families in difficult and challenging times. Thank you for listening to us and for being here.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Luz, and then after that it's Paula? Okay, sorry, there was Paula. First it's Luz. Luz?
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Luz Marina. Yo estoy aquí como madre primero que todo, para felicitarlos por este lindo programa que ustedes tienen. Son las únicas entidades que se preocupan por el bienestar de los niños. Creo que no hay más. Imagínense quitarnos ese tan lindo programa. Se volvería nuestras vidas un caos, ya que trabajamos todo el día, hay otros que tienen 2 trabajos, entonces sacrificaríamos trabajo, bienestar, porque nos quitan el programa. ¿Sí? Entonces, la verdad, estoy aquí para pedirles que busquemos entre todos una solución para que el programa avance y crezca. Es un programa muy bonito. Ustedes saben que los niños, o todo el mundo, que es como el dicho, barriga llena, corazón contento. Entonces los niños van a estar felices jugando, aprendiendo. Y este es un programa de calidad, no es cualquier programa. Es un programa de alimentación para niños, ¿sí? No es para nosotros, es para nuestros niños. Entonces, aquí con el corazón en la mano, de verdad, los felicito por este programa y que no se vaya a terminar, que avancemos, abarquemos y busquemos una solución. Gracias, muy amable.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Luz Marina. I'm here as a parent. Thank you for this beautiful program that you have. Imagine taking away such a wonderful program. It would cause chaos to our families. We sometimes are often working even up to 2 jobs, and I'm here seeking a solution to continue these efforts. ¿Cómo es panza llena, corazón?
Contento.
So,
Barriga llena, corazón contento.
Barriga llena, a full stomach, and a happy heart, or a fulfilled heart. So this is a program for children, and I congratulate you for having this program. Let's find a solution.
Thank you. Next up is Kenan.
Buenas noches, miembros del board y superintendente Gurriel. Mi nombre es Paola, soy una madre de un estudiante de middle school y parte activa de esta comunidad. Hoy no vengo solo a hablar de necesidad, sino de oportunidad. La oportunidad que tiene este distrito de demostrar que realmente cuida de todos sus estudiantes, incluso cuando no están en clase. Sabemos que el programa de asistencia de suplemento nutricional será suspendido a partir del 1 de noviembre. Eso dejará a muchas familias, incluyendo la mía, sin un recurso esencial para alimentar a sus hijos. El hambre no solo afecta al cuerpo, también apaga la motivación, la concentración y los sueños de nuestros niños. Por eso, los invito a que el distrito lidere una respuesta, a que busquemos alianzas, recursos y soluciones para que ningún estudiante pase hambre durante sus recesos. Nuestros niños necesitan algo más que una buena educación, necesitan la seguridad de saber que también serán alimentados. Gracias por su tiempo y por seguir construyendo un distrito donde cada niño cuenta todos los días.
Good evening, board members, Supervisor Gurriel. My name is Paola. I am a mother of a middle school student and I am an active member of this community. Today I'm here not just to talk about need, but about opportunity. The opportunity this district has to demonstrate this truly cares for all students. It's even when they are not in class. We know that supplemental nutrition assistance program will be suspended starting November 1st. This will leave many families, including mine, without essential resources to feed their children. Hunger doesn't just affect the body, it also extinguishes the motivation, concentration, and dreams of our children. That's why I urge this district to lead the response to seek a partnership, resources, and solutions so that no student goes hungry during recess. Our children need more than just a good education. They need a security of know they will also be fed. Thank you for your time and for counting to build a district where everything counts every day.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Are there any raised hands online? One. Okay. So, okay, go ahead.
Leah Brocco.
Okay, and speakers, so we just have one speaker online, and that'll be for 2 minutes.
Leah Brocco, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leah Groppo. I'm a registered dietitian, but more importantly, I'm a mother of a student at Fairwood Elementary School. And I just wanted to first off comment on all of the really impactful and meaningful comments I've and you all have just heard. I feel like, those are all of the answers as to why it's so important to feed our students. And I also think so important to feed our families in the Sunnyvale district. I think that the chronic stress that people really talked about is so true, and it's in the literature that food should be a basic right. And I really hope that you all take that to heart. It sounds like you are. There's also been a lot of emotion. It's great to kind of hear people's comments all together. And I just think as a community, the community that my daughter is a part of and our whole family is a part of, this is so important to us. So I very much strongly support meal access during school breaks. And I'm even wondering if there's something that we can do as a community, maybe have families donate money for gift cards for local grocery stores or put it in a pot through the Sunnyvale School District, and people can get kind of more cash-based gifts or gift cards so they can spend the money where they and their family feel is best needed. I think sometimes people do a lot of hand drives and that can be helpful, but really families need to be able to have access to the foods that they like to cook and what their family prefers to eat. So I really think that would be an amazing opportunity that could be facilitated by the board, maybe as an idea. So just really here to really give my support, and also to say I feel so moved by all of the comments today. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you to the community leaders who've come tonight and spoken a word. Now it's the opportunity for the board to discuss. So board, we put this on the agenda because November 1st, SNAP benefits, because Congress is out of session, there will not be any new SNAP benefits, which is supplemental nutrition program for families. That program, there will not be new benefits or funds added to those cards. So that's what used to be food stamps. Now they're sort of like EBT cards. And we've been hearing from food banks for a while that their proteins have been cut. They're given less and less funding through the government agencies. And so, but when I spoke with Marie Bernard from Sunnyvale Community Services, she was telling me the other day that Sunnyvale Community Services and the food banks are meant to sort of dovetail and supplement with SNAP. They're not equipped with food to cover the loss of the SNAP benefits, which for a family of four is about $750 or $800 a month. So while we cannot replace that, we have a fiduciary responsibility, we are responsible to the students. Another thing that we learned was she's seeing about 30% of her clients are families with children, and she knows that many of the families are eligible for the SNAP because of their children. So she's expecting that many of their families here in Sunnyvale, who are our families, will be affected by this. So because we have a couple of breaks coming up, I had asked the superintendent what we can do to get reimbursable meals through the school district to provide our school meals while we are out of session. And additionally, where we are eligible to, like how we can provide, I know it's some Title I schools that are eligible for dinner reimbursements, how we can lean into some of that. And then also, we had talked about some sort of food drives or community food drives. And all of it, you know, my intention would be that it would be done with a lot of dignity. I saw during the pandemic, there were some schools that had a system where it was very seamless. It was, you know, very, people just put their name on a list. It went through the student nutrition services. I think Lakewood, you know, was one where they just had a rhythm about distributing food before the breaks, or, you know, during the school site when school wasn't in session on site. So I'm concerned about the meals, and then I'm also getting feedback from families. And again, I don't think it's just me. I'm hearing that from other people that that they're hearing about kids being hungry. They're hearing about families not eating dinners on the weekends. You know, there's just within our school district, and people don't talk a lot about it because they don't want to be outed as being food insecure. So anyway, that's why this is on the agenda, to see if we as a board, there's no plan to approve, but just to see if we together can give direction to the district of whether or not to lean in for this kind of thing. Isabel?
Yeah. This is a very needed program. It is a shame that we are in this situation. I remember for years now, when I have delivered food from our schools directly to the shelter for the kids. So it's
just like this is
so it has been very, very well used for us, for our kids. And even during the pandemic, it was really needed. There were even worse, there were families that were working outside their homes and needed the food, and they weren't able to pick it up, and we were able to organize a little group and pick up the food from the schools and take it to the students directly to their homes. So this is how much need there was, and it's still, I mean, things haven't changed. There are a lot of families that depend on these nutritional programs, and breaks, not everybody goes and use the breaks to go skiing. This is a scary thing for many families every time there is a break. And when winter comes and things get a little bit worse, and I think that if we can partner with other institutions like Second Harvest that we did before, if we can try to stretch as much as we can our funded programs, if we can stretch the money to fund it more, that would be great. And that's exactly what we should be doing. As a few years ago, we changed a little bit the way how we talk and how we serve our families, and I think most of us were online with service the basic needs of our families, and I think we should follow that lead.
I just want to say thank you to all of you for coming in today to speak. I know it's hard. I think that's the problem. Right. It just breaks my heart to hear stories like this.
everyone deserves to eat and have food on their table. And for parents to work so hard to have food and to figure out if they're gonna pay for gas or if they're gonna have food, it's just our community and our education is really important. But if there's no food, kids can't think. And it's sad for the kids to worry about their parents working so hard. So I think no matter what we do, this is a priority that we should be helping the kids and the
Thank you.
I just have a question, Bridget. You mentioned, you said something about like a possible reimbursement, but then you said reimbursement from the district. I think you meant something else.
Well, I think that the district can get reimbursed for meals, for dinners, or for like over breaks. We can get some reimbursement for Title I ratio. Is that true or not true?
Well, here's my phone.
Potentially, it's complicated, and the reimbursement is only at certain schools. We can definitely look into that, but it sounds like, well, not that it's. We've already begun discussions about how we can meet this need. So, Dr. Crossway, he's already kind of rallied the troops. We're trying to figure out our way through some of the challenges, but we're confident we'll figure something out.
Yes, I don't know that all of it would be reimbursable, but I think there might be some pockets of reimbursement there. So I'm just trying to say
something
like
partial at least.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what we can maximize out of what we're eligible to do. And you know, I mean, some of it is like we have to have the staff do that extra work, right? Even so, the labor's not reimbursable probably, but maybe the fractional of the food is. But it's just so critical right now, I think, and you know, and I really appreciate some of the things from the family saying, you know, hunger extinguishes the dreams of our children, like, oh, or you know, just caring for the kids even when they're not at school because of themselves, or just this idea of dignity about it. And I actually, Dr. Crossway and I have been talking a little bit about with I think also with Trustee Bruce, we're talking in some of our pre-meetings about this, about other things that we can do, and talking about doing drives for debit cards or food cards, you know, at different grocery stores or grocery outlets or places so that people can get access to the food that they want to cook. But you know, the food banks are very stretched, and they're already looking into whether there can be another distribution. But we have the kids here before they go, and November is going to be a tough month, even though December is difficult because there's 2 full weeks. November, we have November for November 10th and 11th off, so that's a 4-day weekend. And then we have the full week of Thanksgiving. So that's a lot of days for students to miss that supplemental nutrition. Peggy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you everybody for showing up in your voices. I agree that food is a basic right, and we are here to serve the community, and that means that when there is food insecurity, then we pick up that responsibility. And I have heard in the past this narrative that there's not a need, but there's clearly a need. And I'm hearing about families or parents who don't eat so their children can eat, or who don't eat over the weekend. But I'm also, again, leaning into my words of opportunity and community, and hearing a lot from the community about wanting to contribute and wanting to give food or money. I see in like some of the moms groups, there are people saying, hey, are you going to lose your benefits? Let me like connect you with a family that can do that. And so I feel like in support of the community, we also could be that kind of conduit where there are people with needs, but there are also people that want to contribute. And I do think that is our responsibility to take care of our families and our children with dignity and with respect. And thank you again for showing up.
And I just wonder, like, I know that a couple of the PTAs have already talked to a couple of people on PTAs who said they were interested in doing a drive or doing some sort of fundraising. I don't know if, I know it's not really in the Ed, I'm not sure about what, I know the Ed Foundation's mission has changed a little bit. I don't know if that's something they would be interested in organizing or participating in. Dr. Crossway, you wanna give us any feedback or ideas, next steps?
Yeah.
We're not deciding tonight, but we're.
Yeah, I mean, but I just, wanna thank all the community members who spoke up today and shared your impactful stories, your narratives that need to be heard. And so thank you for doing that today. It's just a reminder that, our families are struggling, they're dealing with a lot right now. And then on top of that, to think about having to make difficult decisions between feeding their family and covering other basic necessities, right? And so the question is, like, I appreciate our school board taking this on and not being afraid to bring this topic forward, to engage in conversations openly with the community. But ultimately, it's like, what can we do together collectively as a community moving forward to support our families and our students? And so I'm also wondering, right, if we have community members in partnership way, and how about, like, are we willing to do at our level food drives and partner with other organizations to support our families? And us as a school district, we've already begun conversations about identifying our most vulnerable families and targeting communication and messaging to them about how we can best support them. But the other thing is looking at Thanksgiving break as an opportunity for us to start providing some additional support and services to our families. And then if this should continue, is using those experiences to look at what we can do differently during the December winter break to support families during that break as well. And so, yes, we may not have staff, but we can figure those things out. I think where there's a will, there's a way to make things happen, and we've learned a lot, like during COVID. And there's another great opportunity for the community to come together to support each other. So we're gonna continue working on this. And so we're hoping that we're able to do something within the next few weeks as well.
And then I would ask that, like, if there's a way to make sure, even though you have targeted audience of support, that there's a way for, like, there used to be on our website, like, a banner where if you're feeling food insecure, you can contact this person, or people know who to talk to at their school. So there's a shame-free way for people to get the help where they don't have to out themselves as being food insecure to, like, it doesn't have to be a shameful thing. It's just, hey, you're just picking up support, it's just something that is available. So, I mean, I would ask that there's some sort of mechanism where it's not like only these people get that or something, Okay, well, so.
Sure.
Yes.
So I just think, as people were talking about the idea of, right, like there are people out there who want to help and support in different drives. My suggestion would, unless someone thinks it's not an idea, is instead of trying to do that on our own, like with PJ, there are things like connecting with Sunnyvale Community Services. Like I think it was either today or yesterday, they just sent out an email connected to this space, right, and asking for more like support and help. So maybe instead of doing silos, we come together with them, right, in some sort of way, as opposed to like they're doing their thing and us doing it. That's just my recommendation.
Well, I agree that we should look into all of our partners. I also think Sunnyvale Community Services is a little bit overwhelmed right now as well. And so, like, if it's like an additional drive or an additional gift card thing, I don't know if they can manage that for us, But yes, people should definitely be supporting Sunnyvale Community Services and helping them because they need volunteers and they need money and they need everything. So we want to support Sunnyvale Community Services and continue to refer people there. and develop that partnership, but I think there's some things that as you're talking to them, I wouldn't expect them to be able to necessarily do it, like that kind of a thing. Where they're gonna organize our drive and fund it through them, I don't know how it's gonna work. I see what you're saying, but
I in the past through different groups have done a drive or fundraiser, but then I give this stuff to Senate Community Services because they are in the space maybe better equipped to get it to the people who need it the most. So that's just kind of what I'm saying.
But I think, okay, so I hear what you're saying and I understand that's a way that we've traditionally done it, with our district as well. But just respectfully, the kids are with us, right? And we've also done things where we've had, not in a while, but there have been breaks where they have brown bags of to-go, basically breakfast and lunch groceries before a break, and we've done it at our school sites.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's example, it doesn't have to mean.
Yeah, but anyway, Sunnyvale Community Service is here tonight. Pretty much. Everybody who came here, they are leaders from the community which is part of Sunnyvale Community Service. And they were telling us that they want the support from the school district. So we as a school district.
I think we're agreeing and you guys are just not hearing me, so I think we actually all agree.
I just want to add on something and not agree or disagree, but we used to have food distribution at each of our school sites, and now it's only at the district office, and
that's the food bank, they got cutbacks.
Okay, all right. So whatever we can do to help get the food to our families and our students, I would like to pursue that. And I know a lot of other people in the community that are willing to put time and effort and money into this. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have direction. Let's do this. Let's find a way to support the students with student nutrition over break. And so we'll be able to discuss it in the next couple weeks before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and can I just add one more thing? I just want to make sure that those of you who came for tonight know that the district is committed to continuing our nutrition services program and being creative and finding ways to sustain it, expand it, and make them available to our families even during the breaks. Y lo voy a decir brevemente en español. So, les quiero dar las gracias por venir hoy esta noche y quiero que ustedes sepan que gracias por venir en primer lugar y por lo que se comunicaron con nosotros. Pero quiero que ustedes también sepan que nosotros como distrito estamos cometidos de seguir adelante con los programas de nutrición. Pero no solamente eso, pero también tener cómo podemos seguir creciendo el programa y proveyendo los servicios, especialmente durante los recreos, ¿verdad? De Thanksgiving o de diciembre también. So, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí esta noche.
Okay, so thank you so much. Before we move on to the next item, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And so we'll return to the dais in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're back again. Unsafe.
Bye a todos. Bye.
Yes, the input device. And then receiver, you can speak into it. No, it's all reading. So they would then like they're talking and then they're watching. So they would speak and they would speak and then all regarded by that's how it would work. We would see that a question would be back and forth. English and Spanish back would be hard. Unless we, as I just we'll have a live person. Yeah.
Oh, you all right? You
Yeah.
okay? All right.
Vargas.
Oh, yeah. It's actually straighter than before, so
Is it?
well done.
The built-in level, you know?
No.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Well, that's what you do. Replicate.
I thought I was gonna miss it. And I was like, oh. No, I don't know. Yeah. It's usually kind of at my house.
I thought you working overtime today.
Reminds me of my first meeting in Lima when I had a translate for like, wait a minute.
I've heard really great things about I haven't been, but hearing them on. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm all gonna be offshore and like, oh, you got a twofer, right? Yeah. I gotta get a shoe.
Yeah.
That's a 2-1. 2 series?
Yeah.
I got it like 9 years ago.
Was that a good one? Yeah, the two-story, whatever you're getting.
Just came on. Seems like it was COVID, like 36 months. Yeah. Because it only went once a year, and then COVID. That girl, the high school girl, I was like, I couldn't read this.
Okay, you ready? Yeah. Okay, I
Excellent. All right, so it's 8:24 and we're back from our break. Calling back into order. It's 8:24 and we're going to move back on to item 12A, which is not on the wrong thing. Beginning of your data update for 2025-2026. Dr. Costa.
Thank you so much, President Watson. So today we have an update for you regarding our data as of this month. And I just also want to share with you before Dr. Dean, begins her presentation, is that some of these data are unofficial, so there might be some slight changes. Official data will be released by the state on November 12th. We got that information today. It was moved up from November 15th to the 12th. But the information that you'll be hearing or seeing today will be pretty close to the official data as well. So with that, I'll pass it over to Dr. Dean.
Good evening, board. It's that time of the year where we try to give a snapshot of what the year, where we are and what we're doing. Joining me tonight will be Jonathan Watts and Paul Slayton to kind of present our data story. So with that, we'll be looking kind of setting the purpose for that. We've come for the last 2 years with this report that continues to be our focus, looking at our unduplicated students such as our ELs and special education families and students, and then our focus, of course, is how to keep that promise to ensure that our students are ready to excel at high school and beyond. We will give some context around some of the data, so some of the things that are going well, things we need to improve upon. In addition to that, we will keep our focus around our LCAP goals, but also our strategic plan goals, and the emphasis and the correlation between those, highlighting some of the trends, the things that are going well, the areas where we need to continue to improve and close gaps. And then kind of looking on how we build that narrative, the things that are going well, how do we keep doing them, do them better, improve upon it. And then the other aspect is the areas that we have identified where we need some support and to close those learning gaps, talk about what some of those next steps might be. And so with that overview, Jonathan will come and begin to discuss some of our initial data.
Thank you. Good evening. This is past where my brain doesn't work so well past about 8 p.m. So I'm trying to keep it up. So to start off with, I'm kind of setting the stage here with, this is our demographics looking at our highest population ethnicity. So 39% approximately Hispanic, and then followed by Asian students, white students. Those are the highest percentages that we have. So you'll see them represented throughout the slides, and that's because we're choosing the highest population. So this is overall our CASP ELA from 2022 through 2025. So you can see that we're kind of sitting where that dark blue line, we're sitting right in the middle between the state and the district. Oh my gosh, I have it right in front of me. I'm like trying to squint up there. So you can see that it's somewhat flatlined for ELA. And I think, due to this is definitely one kind of compelling reason in part that we are embarking on our pilot of ELA materials. And so we're going to be coming forward with more updates as the year progresses with that and hope to see an increase in proficiency. So this is the same thing, but now broken down with with a few different demographics. So you can see that we are trending with a couple groups slightly upward, not as much as we'd like to see, but with the Hispanic and white population, we can see that from 24 to 25, we had a small jump in proficiency there. And then this is showing the gap between our district proficiency and then our special education population's proficiency. To note on this one is some of the students that are in special education also take CA, which is the alternative form of the state test. This here is just highlighting those that took CATS and the differences between it. And then this slide is showing our English language acquisition status. So English only, English learners, initially fluent, English proficient. and then reclassified fluent English proficient, or RFEP. And we did a little zoom in there because you can see that the RFEP and the EO students tend to trend pretty closely there, and in some points they cross over one way or the other. So now zooming in a little bit on our RFEP students. So just to look at RFEP students alone and say that they perform very well as a cohort, that is true overall. But when you start to look at those students that are reclassified that were Hispanic, and then the non-Hispanic RFEP students, you see that there still is that gap. And it continues to kind of provide this data as, or the data provides, a compelling reason for our continued effort in focusing on these students. So thankfully we are seeing an increase there. That is good. And I think continuing with our pilot adoption, professional development will hopefully continue to see that gap close. And then the same, so now it's mirroring in CASP for math. You can see that we're actually getting closer. We're approaching that county line, and next year, I suppose, we will hopefully surpass them. And I think a lot of this is due to our new adoptions in math. We've had a lot of professional development. We've had coaching and walkthroughs. We had a lot of follow-up. So it wasn't like we just adopted new math and then said, okay, great, let's have it sit. But we followed up quite a bit, and we're starting to see some of the gains there. So the same thing here, you can see a small bump as we go through, as we're getting closer to this year. I do want to highlight you can see the angle of the line with our Hispanic students is increasing at a good rate, but still we have quite a bit of gap between different demographic groups. So continuing to be our focus. And again, showing the difference between special education and the district proficiency overall. And then in math, this is similar to kind of if you look at the reading overall ELA, it's a very similar makeup with proficiency with, again, our RFEP students overall and our English only students crossing over at certain points. And again, this is showing that not all RFEP students are performing at the same rate, so it's really important that we continue to break that down into further groups to really know who we're targeting, who we're able to help, who needs more support. But the gains that we are seeing, and we're actually seeing this progress, which is great, because when you have a focus for year after year, you're hoping to actually see some gains and some progress, so we are. And that's really encouraging to see, and the rate that it's going up is encouraging. But again, we still have a large gap there. And then on to science. So on this one, what I'm going to do is spend a little bit of time here, and then we'll go more quickly through the others, because you're going to see they all notice they're following the same trend. In 2024, for some reason, we saw this little dip, and then it came right back up. That's something that we have a wondering about, and we are still kind of looking into what exactly was that went down that year to come back up. Something to note is in 2025, that's the first year that it is on the California Public Dashboard and is actually counted for accountability reasons. And so there's an increased focus on this too. So we're definitely going to be reporting more about science, how we're doing in CASP moving forward.
One clarification, science is only middle school, right?
Thank you. It's 5th and 8th grade.
Okay.
So for CASP science, yeah, it's unique in that we only test 5th and 8th grade.
Thank you.
For CASP science, yeah. So you'll see here the same, for most students, the same bump down and then coming back up to 2025. And then the same district average. Interestingly, that bump down is not as apparent with our special education population in 2024. And then following a similar trend, and the only one that somewhat bucks that trend is our reclassified students. You can see in 2024, it didn't go down quite like the others. Their proficiency actually maintained that climb going up.
Yeah, I have a quick clarifying. So can you go back one slide? Okay, so the difference between English only and initial fluent English proficient.
Yes.
initial fluent English proficient would be someone a parent who had written, we have more than one language
Correct.
at home, and then those students get tested.
Yeah, so when you fill out that survey, the home language survey, based on the answers there, so there was an indication that they spoke another language at home, and so they were given the initial LPAC, and they initially just passed that, showing that they were proficient.
That is so much higher.
Yeah, so I think some of that's the power of dual language, being proficient in 2 languages out the gate is kind of what that's saying. And the power that brings and the impact it has in your education in other areas is pretty tremendous, because you'll almost always see that the IFEP students are quite high performing. Yeah, it's really interesting. And then I put this on here, I'm not going to go through because it's just a lot of numbers with the grade levels, but this is our local fall NWEA data. I do want to point out we just started, this year we introduced science. So we had some teachers last year, I think a leadership group, try out the NWEA science assessment. And so we're having middle school do that right now in every grade level. And I think this is going to also help us kind of progress monitor throughout the year as it's leading up to that CASP test for science. And then I've got the same, but in a visual format. And now I believe I'm passing it off to Paul to talk about our chronic absenteeism.
Thank you, John. Just as a reminder, there's a couple different ways to look at attendance and absenteeism. Our marker we use is chronic absenteeism, which is missing 10% of the school days for any reason. This is a more rigorous marker than talking about being on track for attendance, which is like attending 95% of the days. But those don't count days where you're absent, but it's excused. So even as a more rigorous marker, we're headed the right direction. The missing years you see are during the pandemic when we didn't have attendance as a marker of anything. And recovering at 2 to 3% per year is an exciting trend. It's a fantastic trend compared to the state average. It's not good enough. We want all students in class when they should be in class and aren't ill. Some of the subgroups themselves, we can go to the next slide. The percentages don't always tell the entire story there, so we have to look at student numbers, lest we make a policy decision or see a crisis when we're looking at, for example, if you look at our Filipino students, a change in 7 students caused us a percentage bump that would be alarming otherwise. With 7 students, those can be case managed and directly addressed by site attendance teams, which is why we want to see the student numbers along with the percentages. Same thing with suspension for the next slide. We have multiple ways to look at discipline and climate. Choosing to look at any student that's been suspended for even 1 day is a rigorous way to do this, as opposed to just total number of suspensions. Suspending students is a last resort. It's definitely in the toolkit, but seeking alternatives to suspension is the gold standard for climate and support in a school. And having 1 to 2% of our students experiencing a day of suspension is consistent, but too high. We definitely want to see where is it we aren't able to apply alternatives to suspension. Definitely some of the subgroups too have shown spikes over the years. If we can go to the next slide, some of these populations are small populations. So a difference of 3 students who received at least 1 day of suspension can make a marked change in the percentages of students suspended. This is most concerning on the next slide, most graphically, with our Hispanic Latino community. They are overrepresented in having days of suspension for what are suspendable incidents. The mercy here in Sunnyvale is we do not have administrators who have a matrix of a behavior equaling how many days of suspension does this merit. That isn't a conversation we have, that isn't a document that exists, and it isn't something we have to do. There are very few things that have to have a suspension attached to them, and there are extreme behaviors. That being said, there are also times suspension is appropriate for the school climate and for where things need to go. Dr. D.
And so with that overview of kind of some of our targeted data that we've been monitoring this year, our next steps continue to be in alignment. You heard Mr. Watts speak to our ELA, SLA, and ERB pilot that we launched. That we're hopeful that will give us some of the gains we're looking for with regards to our English language arts and our Spanish programming. In addition to that, we've been really targeted with our teaching learning days and professional development days, and trying to increase collaboration across sites, but also across the district. We continue to be in partnership with our families being co-educators, and so there will be a multitude of activities this year and presentations where we're just trying to acclimate families to our assessment data, report cards, et cetera, so they can have that knowledge and be in collaboration with their teachers, but also other staff within the district. We continue to provide content in English, but also primary language for both families and students to the degree we have the capacity to do. And then using all this data to inform our practices in decision making. We, like you saw some gains, but there continue to be areas where we have learning gaps. And so we are using this to inform our practices, next steps, and what it is we need to do. So with that, we wanted to leave some time for any clarification and discussion around our beginning of the year meeting at this time.
I just have one clarifying question about the suspension. Is that for in-school suspension and like you're suspended
Anytime a
at home,
student's-
or is it just anytime they're suspended from class?
There are times you can be in school, out of your classroom, but it's not a suspension. Anytime a student's removed from the learning environment and not under the supervision of a credentialed teacher is a suspension. So an in-school suspension, if they're working with a different teacher, that's not a suspension. But if they're sitting in the office the whole day because of a behavioral thing, that would count in those numbers.
Okay, thanks. Or any clarifying questions before we move to public comment?
Just
clarifying.
Clarifying that this is a little bit longer, and also that one, that the one that is online on Simply on eBoard.
So there's two, there's the old draft one is there, but the new one
Yeah,
is also
still-
on there too.
Okay, still.
So this one right here is the longer one, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and that one has 17 pages. And
No, this one
has
this one
35.
has 25.
Yeah, and this one has 36.
Yeah, let me, so the one that's online on Simply is just a data presentation. The one that we have here includes the data with some other slides as well, like the superintendent presentation.
But I think the two
The numbers are off.
slides, no, I think the two slides that show the breakdown of the reclassified students, I don't think they're on the one online.
Yes, correct. So we added those additional slides with the reclassification breakdown by English only, the IFF.
That's on the agenda. I'm literally looking at it.
Yeah, but I was following online, and there were less pages. There are like 12 more pages on this presentation. On that presentation is one more, and this
Yeah,
is shorter.
the slide that's missing are the two that they added, that were about the reclassified
The Hispanic.
students who are Hispanic versus,
Yeah.
it's just two slides.
Yeah, it was the ELA, Hispanic reclassified, non-Hispanic reclassified. I think I put
English
English
only.
only, yeah, and there was one of those for CASC Math, and then one of those for CASC ELA.
Okay, and they will come later to the public.
They're available now.
No, they're not on there now.
Oh, we can definitely make sure, yeah, that they're on there.
Yeah, we can, when the update to the agenda comes, they will be uploaded as well.
Okay, so let's move to public comment. If there's any members of the public who have a question on this item, please use the raised hand feature. Okay, we'll have 3 minutes for each speaker, whenever you're ready.
First up is Jesse, followed by Courtney Jansen.
Hello, everyone. This is Jessie Jarecki. I'm a parent at Vargas and was formerly a parent at SMS. I've been following these presentations for a while, and I'm going to make a request I've made before, and that is if you could label your slides to let us know what data you are presenting. I am guessing that the percentages that you're showing are students who meet or exceed standards, the percentage, but I could not find that on the slides, and I didn't actually hear it during the presentation either. I think it's really important to have this memorialized on the slides that are available online for anyone who needed to look back on this data and actually understand what was being presented. So that's my first comment. My second comment is that I strongly request that we start having some statistical analysis with these assessments. Simply saying that something has gone up or gone down is not actually scientifically valid if you don't have statistics to back it up. The important part of gathering data is not to just gather data, but to see what you're doing and if it's having an effect. And right now, a lot of the time when you look at what's being shown, there is no way for you guys as a district to make any actionable choices off of the data as it's being presented, because you can't tell if there has been a statistically significant change between year to year. Again, in addition, in previous years, I believe at the end of the year, there was a lot of discussion about changes within groups. So people who were nearly meeting standards, were they closer to meeting standards than they were before? There's nothing in these slides that would indicate that, if I'm understanding what the data points are correctly. And it would just be really great to see if the distributions are changing in any way. Are we making progress? What is the distribution of scores actually, other than just narrowing it down to a single percentage for each thing? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, Courtney Jansen.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Courtney Jansen. As you know, San Miguel, parent of 2 kids in the Juntos program. I wanted to say thank you for sharing the data. I also have some follow-up clarifying questions and requests to add on to what the previous speaker said. My first request would be if there could be maybe like just after the district demographics slide, if you could have a slide that defines the various different levels of English classification. I know that came up in conversation of like English only versus what are they, like English language learner, English initial fluent, English proficient. If you could define what those are up front, that would be really helpful. Like on a slide just dedicating, so that every time we come to this, we don't have to keep Googling it or asking for it. It would also be really helpful to know, like for the CAS testing in particular, but also NWEA, which grade levels are being tested, and are the tests happening in English or Spanish, and how many times a year are they being tested, so we know, okay, like the 2024 data, was that happening in like May of last year, or did that happen beforehand, so we have a better sense of the timing of when these things are happening and when we can have the next update. So additional clarification on that would be great. I've also had some questions on the slide about next steps and alignment. And I'm looking on the one online, so if I have the old version, apologies for that. But it talks about providing teachers with the curriculum, professional development, and tools they need to be successful. I mean, I assume we're already trying to do that. And so I'm curious how this is going to be different than what we've been doing. And I would love to see some specifics in terms of what curriculum, what professional development, and what tools they don't have that they need. It also talks about structured time for teachers to collaborate, reflect, and develop lessons with their peers, which is a great idea, but also maybe don't they already have that? And if they don't already have that, how are they going to get that? Are they going to have more teacher learning days? Are we going to have more substitutes? Like, it'd be nice to see a little more detail on the plans here. And my last comment is I see this partner with families as co-educators. I love that bullet. You know, you've heard many families tonight who are here. You have many families and talking to people in the community. We are excited to help out. But again, we need some more guidance on what support you guys are looking for us so that we can help you guys help our students be successful. So thank you for the data. Oh, sorry, one last question, which I think I'm reading the data wrong, but our demographics are 33% roughly-ish Latino Hispanic. And if I look at the suspensions, does it actually mean that out of 104 suspensions, like students who were suspended, 68 are Latino? Because if so, that's 2/3, and that feels like something's wrong. Something's wrong. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so board, would anyone like to begin discussing? We're not approving anything.
I just want to comment on that aspect of the data with the suspension and chronic absenteeism, because we are seeing percentages for absenteeism, like overall is 10.24 for overall, and then Latinos 12%. But I think when we look at the numbers, it's like well over 50% of the chronic absentee is like, that's over 50% of Latino, and then when we're looking at suspension, that's over 60%, maybe 68, 60 something percent. And I don't think that was really reflected, like they're kind of separate, but I think that is a really interesting data point, as well as the percentage of the students that are chronically absent on suspension is that high for Latino.
70% of our suspensions. So they're 40% of our students.
Right.
Isabel? Sure, that thank you for putting it together. Somehow I think this year is good. I don't know, I see it clearer in a way. I don't know if there is something different. I feel like there is something different the way how it was presented. Yeah, even though the numbers are not great, I can see how we are gonna change that pretty soon. Our numbers next year are gonna be better, hopefully. It's still worrisome that that the Hispanic community is overrepresented in some numbers where they shouldn't, like absenteeism and suspension. And I would like to see a plan to change that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the change in curriculum will make the numbers change.
Go ahead. Okay, I heard the word hope. We are hoping that we're gonna see different trends later. And that was I think linked to this piloting of new curriculum, and I was just curious about what else we can do besides hope. And was that also the plan before the piloting, was to have hope? And I want to be hopeful, I honestly do, but I also want to know what specifically we are doing when we're talking about those next steps and alignments. I want to see more details about that, about the curriculum, the professional development. I recently kind of came back upon this email that was from another parent, a bishop that was he was our DLAC representative, and he moved out of the district because of the lack of engagement with the family in terms of like, how can we as families support our students at home? And that is something that I've heard repeatedly from parents, is just wanting to know not just the data, but also like how we can support. And I think that's a little bit different than the Project Cornerstone type of seminars that we've been having, which are also valuable, but like really specific to what types of interventions or support or repetition, conversations, how can parents at home support students? Because in a lot of ways, I feel like a little bit of like despair from parents who are not seeing the growth that they would like to see, but also not knowing how they can support. So I very much would like to see us kind of dig into those partnerships with our families and include them in their students' learning.
So I would just like to say that I commend the district a lot for doing the strategic plan, for following the data, for showing the hard data. I think it's hard to look at the numbers when they're, we've got some information, even though there's some bright spots, it's like some of this is like some trends that are really persistent. So what I see is that like some of we did the strategic plan and we sort of tried to see what we could do. We had adopted the math and a new math curriculum, but we tried to make our stuff work to meet the strategic plan goals. And it seems like this year, because we've contracted with Orenda, because we're reimagining what our English language arts and Spanish language arts and ELD, we're reimagining what those curriculum could be and would be. And Orenda is going to be looking at our course offerings and all of that stuff. I feel like it's a real opportunity. So I think, like, when I envision the next steps, I sort of, those are the basics of, like, that's what we want to offer. And I can't remember if it was Jesse or Courtney who said, isn't that what we're already doing? But those things are moves that we want to do and that we are doing in some way, but we're trying to, my understanding is that in January, we're going to have a better idea of systems analysis of our systems, right? And that we can make adjustments. And some adjustments will take longer than others. But change is going to be really hard. And I feel like the district is making some big moves this year towards change. The idea of bringing in somebody to take a look at your school systems is, we have to partner with them, right? And take a hard look at ourselves, and to redo the language arts curriculum. I mean, we adopted it many years ago or several years ago. We've added on, we've modified it, we've tweaked it, we've coerced it, we've tried to make it work. And we're like, well, we're gonna go in a totally different direction. That's a big step. Like, that's a brave step for the district. I think the one community member who came in and was berating us for adopting curriculum in 1998. I was like, well, I wasn't here then. But I mean, it's just laughing at, like, that is a long time. That is a long time ago. So that's, for me, that's where the hope is. It's not that we have the answers. It's that we're asking the questions, and everyone's pedaling as fast as they can and doing all the work that they can in the meantime. And I think, did you want to share about the percentage growth that you just?
Not yet.
No, like, just in general, just the idea that, like, a couple percent is actually pretty good, like that kind of a thing. I mean,
perspective. What I want to share is that, when it comes to these outcomes, it's a lot of work, right? And yes, we do have a lot of systems in place, but at the same time, we also have to recognize that that some of our school sites, we have people who are working, throughout the district, and all of our school sites, we have people who are working really hard and really care about kids here in the community. And at the same time, we also have, in some classrooms, outdated curriculum. And our teachers have been asking for that support. So what we're doing this year with piloting the ELA materials, and we already did it with math, is that's part of that process, right? But then the other thing is that once we adopt the curriculum, teachers need time to immerse themselves in the curriculum, to provide professional development for them as well, to be able to work with their colleagues to better understand the curriculum and the scope and sequence and how students are responding to those things. But that's part of the system. The other thing is having formative assessments, having structured opportunities for them to come together on a regular basis with their peers. And what we have to remember is that school systems were not designed to do these things. And so how do you take a system that has these constraints and intentionally create opportunities for teachers to be able to collaborate, to lesson design together, to be able to look at data together, to celebrate together, but also reflect on their practices. And so what we're striving to do is to become a learning organization across the entire school district. And we're seeing that happening at school sites, but we have to be intentional about providing those additional supports. And so that's part of the work that we're doing. And then the other thing is this, is once you have a new curriculum, it actually takes time for teachers to gain confidence and be so familiar with that curriculum that they're successful with how students are responding to that curriculum as well. So absolutely, it takes courage to show data like this. And to the public comments, this is a slice of our data. And there's a lot of data out there, but we really have to be intentional about how we're using these data and then what goals are we developing for ourselves, right? But if we're not gonna be honest and look at these data and hold it up as a mirror, right? It's difficult for us to be able to move forward and make the changes that we need as well. And the other thing is that we cannot do this work alone. We need partners, we need our community, we need our parents, we need, partners like Orinda to help us do this work because it's not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. And so, but congratulations and again, commitment to the school district for taking these steps to be able to move forward as well. So the other thing about data and some of the scores is that it's difficult because honestly, they do change from year to year, but one of the things that we can look at is the scale scores because those are more consistent than just looking at the tiers, right? Students who are exceeding or meeting standards. And the scale scores will give us a little bit more detailed data in terms of how students are doing from one year to the next as well.
And I also want to say, I have in my notes here, I also had in my notes that slide 24, very general next steps, but I was thinking maybe, we are going to get the pilot update next meeting or December?
It's December.
December. And we'll be getting this structural consultants, Orinda, about the systems in January. But also, we as a board directed the district to, begin spinning up some of these affinity groups that we talked about, right? Like the Juntos, the cross school Juntos group. And we should be getting some of these other initiatives going that are inclusive and, engaging our communities in other ways. So I'm actually very hopeful, even though, this is a pretty succinct view, but it's pretty clear. And that the data about the Hispanic students who have been reclassified, I think I'm really glad that we're continuing to track that year over year. It's the only way we're gonna call attention to it, so. Isabel, sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to come back a little bit. There is not only hope. The hope is that even though we have been asking for a year to change and work with the ELD, we are finally working on new curriculum that supports ELD. We didn't have for many years. A lot of teachers were complaining about it. But we also had last year or the year before, we just changed to a new curriculum in math that took a lot to put everybody on board and train everybody, and apparently that takes 3 years to show change. We are way behind if we count in the county with similar populations in the county, and that's somehow, I feel that should be unacceptable, so that's why we're working so hard. And we're changing now. We just had a new curriculum in science in the last couple of years that should start showing pretty soon, hopefully. But we have a lot of structural problems, and I'm hopeful, not just because I have some faith in something weird, but I have faith in the changes that we'll be making. Even though we are having also, like the rest of the nation, economic problems, we are gonna invest in what matters, and we just approved $400,000 in the last meeting in people who are actually gonna do a structural change that we need. And we're changing the systems that we need, and we're also gonna hire people to work in partner with families as co-educators like Dr. Rios, and we're approving a lot of new contracts. So we're taking money from other pots that weren't working, and we're putting it in new pots that hopefully will work and that have been starting to work. So that's where I'm hopeful. I'm not hopeful just because wanna be nice and hopeful because we're trying, we're listening to new people, we're listening to new ideas that have been proven in other districts and in other places that have been working, that have been changing institutions before, that have been proven to be changed, and we're doing the work where it's hard and it's complicated, but we're doing it because what we were doing in the last 4 or 5 years that I've been here wasn't working as well. That's what I'm working, hopefully.
I am also hopeful. I recognize these changes. I just want to make sure that in this time of great flux, that we are also supporting our teachers. As Dr. Crosswhite said, we have such amazing, brilliant, passionate, committed educators here, and I want to make sure that we are supporting them in a way that we can retain them and that they feel supported in the classroom, and that the professional development that we are offering is meaningful to them, and that they feel like that they're honored as professionals and their use of time. And I am hearing like a whole range of reports just across the district about feeling supported or not supported, and I'm just saying that in this time of great flux and we're collecting data and we're making systems change, can we make sure that we are taking care of the people that are face to face with our students and make sure that they feel respected and honored, and that we can hold on to all the good people that we have.
Okay, anyone else wanna weigh in or give feedback? I mean, anything else? I mean, I'm very grateful that this presentation came together and that we were able to see the preliminary data. You know, a lot of work went into it, a lot of time and energy. So really appreciate all the hard work on that because it is very clear. I was saying, I don't know why, but I'm understanding. It seems very clear this time. So it is a very succinct presentation. So thank you very much.
I just want to notice one more thing. That graph that showed the RFEP that were English and then also the IFEP students, that really speaks so highly. This is the one that Michelle was pointing out earlier. That really speaks so highly to the importance of multilingualism, and that's like profound. That we see such different results of just from students speaking more than one language, and I'm hopeful that also we can recognize that and dive deeper into that. Like imagine if all of our students were multilingual by the time they leave our district, that would be amazing.
Anything else?
Michelle? One quick.
Yeah.
Just echoing what Bridget said, like thank you for all the information. It's always, good to get it, and kind of echoing what everyone else said, right? That I think we're in a space where we're hopefully gonna get some good information and try to, tweak things and hopefully get more of the great results. And then Gudiel, you're probably not gonna remember what you said, but you said some phrase like we're here teaching students, like students and learners, but like having everyone be learners. But do you remember how you said it or no? What did you
Become a learning organization.
A learning organization, thank you, yes. I love that, because that's a space of, right, if we want our students to have growth mindsets and be okay with mistakes and failures, like that applies to everybody, right? All levels, including the adults, all the adults in the organization, all of us, right? Celebrating the things that we're doing well, like, hey, I'm really great at this. Hey, I haven't figured out this thing yet. It doesn't make me a bad person. It just means I gotta work on this and I gotta figure it out. Anyway, so I loved, say it again?
Learning organization.
I'm not keep asking you, learning organization. I loved it. So I'm like, yes, I want us to become a true learning organization. I love that.
Okay, so are we ready to move on to the next discussion item? Okay, thank you so much again for everything. We're on to item 12B, which there's a lot of notes here, which is design considerations and steering committee feedback of the Sunnyvale Middle School campus modernization. Mr. Edward Cuffey.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Arthur Cuffey, the Chief Business Officer here for Sunnyvale School District. And I want to start by giving a big shout out to our Director of Facilities and Operations, Director Brant Burns in the back. I tried to get him to go home to be with his family, but he wanted to be here just in case to support the conversation. And again, it's just been an honor and a privilege to work with him. He does a lot of the work, most of the work behind the scenes. And again, I've learned so much from working with him, so I just wanted to give him a real big shout out. And I know he hates that. He loves it. Okay, so next slide. I don't have the clicker, so I'll be hollering out next. All right, so tonight we have a somewhat fun and exciting presentation. It'll be short, but summary of what we're here to talk about. That's the Sunnyvale Middle School modernization project, and with the focus of the front of campus, specifically front of campus. I know there might be other questions. We're not prepared to talk about much other than the front of campus. Tonight, kind of a summary of what we'll be discussing. We want to talk about the design goal. What were we trying to accomplish with this front of campus? We'll go into some of the existing conditions, just to understand where we are starting from. Then we'll jump into some of the design options, but just for the summary of it. So just to give some context, there were 3 initial designs that were shared by our architects. Our steering committee incorporated some pros and cons from what they saw from that, and a 4th hybrid option was created. So we'll be spending some time to walk you through that. Just one quick point of clarification. The front of campus scope that we last were here discussing was only anticipated to be a refresh of the existing conditions. Since then, we really have started to embark down the road of looking at what could this look like and how could we ultimately improve this experience and the curb appeal for our families. Okay, so then we'll jump into a recap of what the steering committee has, their progress and their feedback. And just a recap of who the steering committee is. It's made up of our architects, teachers, the administration, facilities team, parents, and the SMS students themselves. And so the ultimate goal for tonight's presentation is not to present any final plan. We don't have that actually, but rather to share the progress and feedback again from the steering committee, build off of that, incorporate your input at the end if you have some, and then continue to refine the scope to create the best front of campus experience possible. So with that, we'll jump to the next slide. All right, so we'll talk about the goals. So the design team has been working diligently to solve a complex puzzle. There are 4 key priorities that we have to balance, often in direct competition with each other. The first being parking. We wanted to increase dedicated parking stalls for staff and visitors. Second, safety and efficiency. So that one is a non-negotiable for us. We have to maintain a safe and efficient drop-off zone for both parents and our students. Third was the campus entry. We wanted to create an open, welcoming, and intuitive campus entry that flows and makes sense. And last, we don't ever want to forget about sustainability and advancing our district's goals as set by your leadership by exploring large solar arrays and large scale solar arrays to showcase how we do prioritize taking care of our environment. All right, next slide, we'll talk a bit about existing conditions. So currently we have 58 total parking stalls. We also have about 100 employees at Sunnyvale Middle School. So a fair target is about 70% of your staff you would want stalls for. And again, that would be for employees, but also visitors. We want visitors to have a dedicated place to park and enough parking. We also currently don't have any covered seating options for students as they wait for pickup. Not ideal. Next, we wanted to increase parking for staff on site. We wanted to address the front of campus experience because, as you all well know, the front of campus actually doesn't have a true entrance. You have to walk through the admin building to get onto the campus. So that did make total sense. So those are the existing conditions that we wanted to address. And then again, always safety. We wanted to have a clear and safe, adequate drop-off spots for homeschool transportation, as well as special education. Next slide. This is just an aerial view of the existing conditions and the layout, how it stands today. Next slide. So again, we had three original options that the architects put in front of the steering committee. They did a bunch of work, synthesized it, gave pros and cons, and we got to that fourth option. So just summarizing some of the steering committee's feedback, again, this is the architects, teachers, administration, facilities team, parents, and the students themselves. They supported reducing parent drop-off length on Mango, but in return for more dedicated parking spaces. Now, the key there is we have vetted all possibilities, and there is not a possibility that we feel exists where the entirety of Mango will not informally be drop-off spacing for parents. Unfortunately, we don't think with the current constraints that can be designed in any of these. So that really was a really big consideration, but parents, students, staff, all alike landed at that place. And so they were for expanding the parking stalls, the dedicated parking stalls for visitors as well. But again, at the expense of the dedicated drop-off, because Mango Street is the drop-off. And we don't foresee that changing, unfortunately.
Question. So
Sure.
you're saying, so is that like, which one of the options is that option 3 where it's all parking? I know you're saying there's a hybrid option, but I'm just asking like, cause I can see the drawing for option 4, but I don't see there's no 3D view for option 4, so I'm just trying to visualize. Are you saying it's gonna be a lot like the option 3 where that's all parking?
So we'll get there. Great question. We will double click on that, I promise.
Okay.
All right, so the steering committee was also in favor or agreed upon the target of 70 parking stalls. Again, which would increase the dedicated parking stalls for visitors. They also were for keeping the bus in the inside the loop, the bus parking, and that was primarily a safety issue. If it was up there on Mango, there would have to be students in front of and in back of the bus, which would not be ideal. Also, the steering committee really appreciated and loved the covered walkway that spanned kind of in front of the campus. That was a strong, they strongly preferred that because it gives students kind of an option and a place to be while waiting for pickup. And last was the raised crosswalk across Mango, which again would improve safety of our students. Think of an airport. So it's kind of that slightly raised walk or crosswalk. They really like that idea as well. And then just the defined entryway that kind of was connected all the way into the heart of campus. Kind of that cohesion when you enter the campus. And so next slide kind of was the synthesis of all of that feedback. So they saw the original designs, they gave feedback, like, you know what, that doesn't seem safe, etc. And this is what the architects brought back at the next iteration of the meeting. So again, this was the hybrid option, where there is more dedicated parking, so up to 78 stalls, which is a considerable increase from the 58. Also, again, the bus drop-off remained in the loop for safety purposes. I don't have a pointer, but if you can see right in front of the school, there's a yellow shaded area. That is the kind of covered seating walkway where students would be able to be as they wait for pickup. And the green boxes in there are landscape, are proposed to be landscape, also seat walls and just places for them to be in outside of the rain if and when it rains. The other thing I wanted to point out was in all designs, we were able to place the trash enclosure on the south side, which would be all the way to the left of that drawing, left of the locker room. And that would be away from the neighbors on Knickerbocker, and we felt like that would be the ideal placement of the trash enclosure. And lastly, the locker room, I kind of touched on the locker room. The locker room, which again, we have a lot of our community that utilize the locker room. And so the locker room was placed in a way where there would be easier access to it for our community. So as we continue down this path, we want to hear your thoughts as well and get back to Bridget's question, or President Watson's question. But we wanted to, again, just bring the progress, the discussions, and the feedback from the steering committee. Wanted to open it up to get your feedback, which will help us as we continue the work going forward. Again, we don't have a final plan. We're trying to work our way closer to that. So with that, we will jump into any questions you have. But yes, we do not, because this is the newest iteration, the hybrid, we don't have that 3D model quite yet. But I didn't share in that covered walkway. Our vision is to have those solar arrays on top. So we think it would be a really cool design to show the public, you know, how we prioritize sustainability. With that, we can open it up for discussion.
Okay, let's go to members of the public. If there's any member of the public who has a comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Okay, board?
Yes. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say that I do like the hybrid option more. What I like about the hybrid and the first option is that even though it's pretty cool the way how in option 2 and 3 the buses can be parked over there, we don't need them to be parked for a long time, and I don't see how the radio is working there for them to get out in another way that is not backing up.
I thought the same thing.
Yes.
It actually was designed where they would continue forward. There's not like a barrier. They would continue forward and then loop out. So they would not have to back up.
The radio will work, okay, because it looks a little bit tight over there, how they will get out. But it's just,
It wasn't preferred for that reason. that the reason of that, but also again, there wouldn't be a way to not have students behind and in front of, as you know, all of those students are coming into campus. Again, Sunnyvale Middle is almost 20% of our entire student population. There is a lot of traffic in there, and that's just a reality that unfortunately we're gonna have in any iteration of this.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the raised walk over there, so I think it's very clear and it's gonna make it safer and very obvious that that's the way to walk and not cross your jaywalk. It's such a long street that not jaywalking in the middle for many students is hard.
Yeah.
So having a crosswalk in the middle of that block will be easier and safer for everybody because they won't have an excuse to be jaywalking in the middle during pickup time.
Right.
If we can cleanse the city.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's right. These are schematic designs. Before we get to the design design development, we would have to talk to the city. There would have to be discussions. It is city property.
But they're gonna jaywalk all the time. They jaywalk, like that's, like you could it's a how not to cross the street over there. Like it is bad. And
it's such a long street, so
it's
people
so
just do
long,
it.
and people are just, they're just a line of cars from one end of the street to the other, and it's difficult, but I love the sentiment. How many buses fit in that bus drop-off area?
Great question. In the hybrid, we were able to, I believe, fit four buses, and then two smaller vehicles.
Because in the morning, when you do have buses coming, so would you make that area closest there, would you make that staff parking? Because you wouldn't want parents coming in there, right?
Correct. Correct.
Because once the staff is there, the idea is they would stay there. The buses could feel free to come and drop off. Okay.
Yes, that was the idea.
Evelyn, did you?
I'm sorry, I did not, there was one big point.
Yeah.
In all of the designs, again, there would have been opportunities to add parking, but it would have disrupted trees. So again, that was a priority to do not impact trees, and so in this hybrid option, no trees are impacted.
So, I have one more I just have one thing where it's gonna be really important for me before the steering committee approves it, before whatever, it's really important to me that the board gets.
Correction, steering committee does not approve plans.
Oh, I'm just telling you that they've got as far as the hybrid, so I'm just saying before you come back and you say, please approve this plan, because we're pretty much cooked. Whatever it is, I really want the board to be able to look at what the front of the school looks like. Like, I think that's so important for this school. Like, it's like supposedly the flagship school and also so many other things. And, the back of the school, it's kind of cool, but it does look a little bit like it's very blue. It's like very IKEA-ish, and it's like, it's so cool when you're walking around, and someone said to me like, that looks like an IKEA. I'm like, it is not an IKEA, it's SMS. So we need a big look, like a mural on the side of that thing. So it's like super clear. But I would love if we would, before it gets to like where, other people, everyone's approved it and we're just approving it. Like, I think we should be able to really look at how the front of the building is. And
we agree.
And some of the facilities at another high school district nearby, when you go up to the front of the when you go up to the street, you can't really tell where the office is. You know what I mean? Like, and I know that like some of the design teams are similar. So, I think it's gonna be really, like, when you go up to Bishop, you kind of know where the office is, right? But it doesn't necessarily pop, it's on that curve. It would be nice if, when you look at SMS, you really know, like, walk to this building, maybe it's through paint or something, but Like,
I would say it looks like on the front, that's gonna be the only building, right? So like, it looks like that whole wing that's there, like
there's the
everything.
gym.
The gym's not in the front though, and it's like,
See, we weren't gonna go that far in the campus, but
It's right there,
the-
it's
the
right on the
idea-
drawing right there.
but it's not in line with the admin building.
I knew we'd get there. So the idea is exactly that, is to, and don't worry, there aren't gonna be decisions made about exactly what that's gonna look like, and there will be no surprises.
Okay.
But yeah, we wanted to discuss the front of campus experience. We didn't get as far as like what the larger covered canopy and exactly what the walkway would look like, but you can see schematically the entrance of cherry trees kind of going into the heart of campus. And then we would have that nice new multi-use building with the 6th grade wing to the left. It's gonna be fantastic. We're
Okay,
excited.
so I'm only saying this because I really want it to be in a meeting and not in like a memo or a weekend update or something like.
It will, yes, it will not be in the memo.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, it could be in a memo, but and a presentation.
And one of the things that basically your comments, President Watson, is that I would recommend is that to bring it back in a study session where we're able to have more thorough, detailed conversations, and you can consider inviting the architects and trying to go a little deeper into those next steps.
Thank you, thoughts. Go ahead.
I'm not as familiar with SMS as some people here. I am curious about student safety and if there's just a walkway for students to go on, what do we have in terms of securing the campus? And then just another thought, and we don't need to discuss anything right now, but I'm just saying, like, there is very much like a wow from behind, so I wanna make sure that we have the wow in the front, while also like all the safety and shading and trees and all that. So those are the two things on my mind.
I'm gonna quote you in my notes, the wow.
The wow.
I got
Thanks.
I can go. So you had mentioned that no trees are gonna come down, but I think there are trees that need to come down because the driveway is a little bit of a disaster. Am I right on that?
I'm listening to your input.
Okay, so
The roots.
yeah, so I think that there's like, unless I mean, it's literally a speed bump. It's like a speed bump that's twice the size of a regular speed bump. So maybe everyone, do you know what I'm talking about, Brant? Okay. So anyways, we said no trees. I was just curious, and I don't really care whatever you guys decide. If we want to keep it as a speed bump and we think it's safe and it's fine, that's fine. But I was just a little surprised. I figured whatever tree was causing that would maybe need to go. I mean, you guys all know, I mean, we've been here for years. Like, I love trees and I want more trees. So I'm not.
We have a tree policy, right? We do have a tree policy, but I think we ran into a tree issue with the fire trucks and the safety and all that other stuff, right? So I think we like the idea of saving the trees, but I think we have to make sure we can get a fire truck down there and other things. So you're gonna just update us and we'll follow our tree policy? Is that the plan?
It's in the notes. That's why we're here tonight.
What notes?
Yeah. My notes.
Your notes
of
are getting
your-
out right now. Okay, I thought you meant like I saw it's in the notes. I don't see it
I'm
anywhere
sorry.
here, so.
My personal notes
Okay.
of the board's input.
The wow
Yep.
meeting.
And then the next one maybe was in there and I just like somehow missed it. On the hybrid, that parent drop off, how, like other ones it was showing how long of a length it is. So like the current I think is 300 feet if I'm remembering correctly. But I didn't see that hybrid, how long of a drop off that is.
It was considerably shorter than the current dedicated. I wanna say it was 140 feet shorter.
Okay, so it's about half the, yeah.
Yeah, but again, I don't think we would feel comfortable with that if we felt like that was the only space people would be dropping off. Again, we feel that if we had the entire portion of that front
Like if there was
Or
no
mango.
current parking and
Yeah.
that whole thing could
I
just
think
be,
I think it still would be the same result. I think it's kind of what Trustee Watson was saying. It's kind of, there's some
Chaos.
challenges.
yeah.
But some of that is just a reality that we have to mitigate as much as possible. And we feel that this hybrid, at least, high level, gets to some of the most important priorities and is kind of the best net output at this point. But again, this is not a final plan.
I would say, I would sort of suggest that the last 8 stalls on the back, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe it's 8 or 9 stalls.
In the top
If you're
left.
going for 78, if you're going for 70 plus, I would say that those are suspect because you might, I think shortening it by half, the parent drop off, I don't know, I mean, because you're just actually forcing more kids into the street.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, I mean, it looks like that could be a clean area. Now, again, maybe it goes the other way because you don't get the crosswalk or whatever, but it is kind of chaotic out there. And maybe that's something that the city could help try to design around as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great piece of feedback. We'll put that in notes and see what we might be able to work out, other options that address that. Yeah, I'll put that in notes for sure.
Yeah, so say one of the, right, I guess so two, okay, my brain's very boring. Okay, 2 thoughts. One, kind of connected with bridges is like with those ones, like any of the parking that's really close to the drop off, because we're now shortening the drop off. If teachers aren't already in those spots, which there probably won't be teachers because now there's a lot more space inside, which parents aren't supposed to go there. So ideally, teachers are in the main pull through where buses and other people are. So then in theory, those ones are open. So then I have concerns like a parent goes in like, oh, I'm gonna slip in here, drop off my kid, and now they've got to back up and you've got this huge crazy line and maybe that's already happening because I drop my kids off at a different spot farther away, like, so I'm there occasionally, but not very often over the last however many years.
Yeah, I don't know if Director Burns wanted to comment on that, but my thought of that was with 100 employees, if we have 78 spots, I believe they would be taken by staff, and then it would be similar to what it is today, where people kind of just park for a second to drop their kid off right behind. That was the discussion of the steering committee, that they thought that would actually be the end result. And so it kind of best of both worlds. For that 15-minute impacted period in the morning and in the afternoon, it really would be the kind of the same. The entire mango will be used in some shape or form. So that was the thought, but I think it's a good idea to explore and just see what that looks like. If we did take away the top left section of the dedicated parking, what would that ultimately look like? I think we can do that.
And then the last one, so even if we can't, because like the picture shows the sidewalk going from the west sidewalk all the way through our stuff. So even if we can't get approval with the city, we're still planning to do a raised sidewalk on our space, right? Which I think that's a great idea. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, and then the other one, this wasn't my notes, but so the other one, and I'm just curious, right? Like clearly lots of thought and time has been put into it, but it's not by people who are, I don't even know what the term is, because I'm not an expert in it, but like parking, traffic flow experts, right? Maybe some of the people who are part of the steering committee are experts in that. I don't know, is there a space that we can tap into of like,
are you doubting my expertise?
I'm doubting your expertise on this, not on things that you are an expert on.
I'm kidding, I'm not that.
So, right, I'm someone who's always like, let's like, right, like not reinvent the wheel, like, is there a space, maybe if there was space out there, we already would have used it to kind of make sure we're doing
that'll
the
go in the
best.
notes, but I would say our architects might be they do this for a living. Is that kind of what you were?
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna add is that we've met with the city of Sunnyvale once, just to try to get more efficient parking drop-offs, because they've seen quite a few across the city. And what our plan is to send them this to get their opinion on it. They don't have great solutions either. When we ask them for feedback on what they would recommend to make it more efficient, they don't have a solution either.
I have a question about bicycles. So bicycles go where bicycle drop?
So they would be down in the, close to the trash? No, sorry, on the other side. If we can get the slide back, I can show you, but where the bus,
Like,
towards the bus drop
like
off.
where they originally been, so like the northern part of the campus.
Correct, in that
The
region.
north side of the sixth grade wing.
Correct.
Cause they're
Towards
kind of,
the
they kind
fire
of come in the wrong
lane.
way of that driveway. They're kind of told to come in, like there's someone standing out there and they say, go in there. Okay, so have you talked to the people on Mango who live on Mango in Knickerbocker about this? Or like when are you route looping in the Mango people?
Great question. We have met with neighbors. It was open to all neighbors, but I do believe we still have the opportunity to reach out to specifically to Mango neighbors and like engage them directly.
When did you meet with all neighbors? Was that the meeting we were at?
Yeah.
Okay, no, this is a new meeting. This is about this one. I think the Mango neighbors are gonna be real interested in what's happening with parking. And I think we should just have a little huddle, like with the neighbors, even invite the Knickerbocker neighbors like for fun. But the Mango neighbors are gonna be interested. We'll just talk them through what we're thinking. I think that would be polite to do.
Absolutely.
They might be excited about more parking spots.
Yeah.
So, any other questions, or Evelyn, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't wanna take more time, but on option 3 where it says student drop-off eliminated, is that the same as parent drop-off? Is that what would be eliminated?
Parent and student drop off are, yes, they're used interchangeably.
Okay, I like the idea of student drop-offs being right by, like it's right at the curbside of the school. Just because kids get out, they're rushing and parents are dropping them off and they'll run, they don't look, parents open the door, they open their door, they go around and help their kids. Maybe more so in elementary, but maybe in middle school they might help a child that needs help. So I like the idea of drop-offs being right in front of the school, so they don't have to cross. So I like the hybrid, because I think that's where, no, not the hybrid. I like the parent drop-off on option 3. But I also am wondering can the bus drop-off be in the same, like right there in front, but where that parking is on option 3, and then not, maybe like a sign that says, during drop-offs, no parking there, but maybe after, I don't know, 8:30 or whatever, then people can park there. Is that?
Yeah, that's a great idea, great thought, and that was actually considered. So the drawback that was discussed with that option or that idea was there's really just not enough space in that loop for that to flow. And the gridlock that would ensue would we feel would be a non-ideal situation to build. But that was considered in the design. Again, that was part of the first 3 options, and from vetting those became this 4th design. But yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, that might. Yeah, after considering all of the implications of it, it seemed like it was not gonna be ideal. So just to give you that context of what was discussed.
Got it, okay. So I like option 3 better, and I like the raised crosswalk too.
But option 3, there's no parent drop-off, nowhere.
Oh,
not even one.
Okay, I take that back.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, because it looks like it's nice and clean, right? But it's, what that means is just for the bus, and they've just put all parking in. And there's, okay. But what else do you like? There is crosswalk, right?
Yes, I do, yeah.
But the reality is, as much as we love a raised crosswalk, I bet most of the kids are not gonna use it.
Well, even within,
It's
even
there.
within the driveway area though, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like, your parents could drop you off. Like, some kids might go to the raised crosswalk, but I'm saying the reality is, the kids, I think Peggy used or something, like the kid's gonna get out of the car and just gonna walk straight to the school.
I believe if you build it, they will come.
Well, I think some of it's gonna matter
some
on
candies
where there's
on the
room to go between the cars.
day.
You know, because if there's not room to go in between the cars, they will walk over to the crosswalk somehow, right? But yeah.
I'm not saying we don't build that, I think we
I
should
know.
still build it, I'm just saying the reality is,
Oh,
let's not all dream that every middle school
It's
kid is gonna
super-
walk along that.
I agree. Okay, so one other thought about the solar panels, I had a question, cause like when we were looking at solar panels on our house, they kept telling us to put the solar panels on, ideally to be on the south side. So these are on like a different side, that was just to incorporate them as like a showcase thing, but like, is there a way to put solar panels on the other sides of our roofs? Like, they could still be there and working and doing their
Yes.
thing, even if they're not in the front?
Yes, so I will get that in the notes, and just to be clear, what you see in the designs, were just theoretical, they aren't to the point where they've kind of been vetted for those types of, things, but yeah, I'll definitely get that into the notes.
If we still had.
West facing is actually, I mean, south is
West
best,
is-
but
is
west
still
facing
pretty
is
good.
actually not bad, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't have it on the front, I wouldn't mind it being somewhere else.
Just to clarify, like, you don't like the aesthetic appeal of it?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
No, I mean, I'm just saying like, I don't need it to be on the front. I mean, I don't think it's, I don't really have a sense of how it's gonna look because I don't have
The 3D.
the 3D thing of it, but
You might change your mind.
I know I might, but if, if you just said, well, it looks like a solar panel farm in front of there, it's not super, doesn't grab my attention, like, I don't know.
That's not your
It's not
vibe.
warm and friendly, inviting school environment, it's like, look, all the solar panels. I mean, it's whatever, we'll see what it looks like.
It's going in the notes.
We're gonna get a
It's
meeting.
wow.
So that's why I think it's important for you, if you have the opportunity to have a conversation with the architects,
Wow.
they can give you some designs where you can see renderings, digital renderings, to get a better sense. Yeah.
Wow.
The wow, yes.
All right, so we ready to move on? Isabel, any last thoughts? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Okay, so we are on to, are we on C or D? D, okay, 12D, Cherry Chase.
All right, this is the long presentation you've all been waiting for, so this is the one, okay, so then, we actually want your feedback on this one, so I want to defer to Mr. Cuffey on this as well.
All right. Yes, still Arthur Cuffey. I will jump right in the spirit of time. And before I start, I am not sure when we would need to extend or if we would need to extend, but I just wanted to say, time check it, I see 9:47. I'm gonna go, I don't think it'll take too long.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, I'll do 3 minutes.
We don't
Okay.
have a restriction anymore.
Oh, all right, great. So, presentation summary. So, again, this presentation is about the potential Cherry Chase Campus Modernization Project. So in the item, there's a full comprehensive report. All credit to Director Burns there in the back. He does incredible work with those. So if you haven't gotten a chance, please do read that. But yeah, basically in this presentation, we want to go through a few things. So the first thing we want to talk about is why Cherry Chase? How did Cherry Chase become the next facility to modernize? We'll go through some of the options and then we'll talk about what we feel is a recommendation, but we'll start with why Cherry Chase. So we like to look through the lens of equity. And so we've termed the idea of equity of facilities. So similar to a grade level standard, we simply look at where are all of our facilities. And the facilities that are the furthest away from our standard are first up on that list. So when we did that analysis, Cherry Chase was by far the number one in need. So I want to stress the need is based on the board, the community, and the established standards that were made in the facility master plan. So we look at the age of the facilities and the components, the existing conditions, and again, ultimately, our goal is to align all of our facilities with that standard. So we'll go through the three scopes and the options for this potential project, ranging from just doing the most critical maintenance and nothing else, all the way to a comprehensive modernization. And at the end, we'll get to what we recommend as an option. And again, our recommendation is based on not only that we feel it's the most efficient option and the best value per dollar, but most importantly, it best aligns with those standards, again, that were and priorities established by the public, you as a board, in our facility master plan. Next slide. So we will talk a little bit about the existing conditions. So existing conditions, here we just have a few pictures of the existing conditions of the roof, not in the best shape, seen better days. Next, we have the existing conditions of the windows in the majority of the campus. That would be wing A, B, C, and D. The core of these buildings were built in the 50s and 60s, so we're talking about 60, 70-year-old buildings. Fun fact, Cherry Chase is the last, has the last classrooms, and so those 4 wings are the last classrooms with single pane windows. Not ideal for energy efficiency, for students being able to, focus in the winter when it's cold, etc. So that's something that this project would definitely address. Next slide. The restrooms, which was made a priority by you, the board. Our restrooms has also seen better days. You see the ceiling tiles not all in place. And again, we feel that this would be an opportunity to make the restroom experience better for our students. Also, these are the existing teaching walls, kind of just the old whiteboards with shelving and casework underneath it. And also the outdoor learning areas, which again was made a priority by you and the public, you as the board and the public. So not much learning, it's not super inviting to learn out there on that, in that space. So the next slide is what we feel we would want to create in an ideal situation. Next slide, please. So this is, the picture on the left is the picture of a modernized teaching wall, where you have whiteboard, TV, whiteboard, the furniture is more modernized, flexible, and it just has a different feel. That is the standard that you guys set for us as a school district. Also, the outdoor learning areas, doesn't it just look like somewhere you would want to learn? I would want to learn there. But at any rate, we want to have places for students to be in between the wings, as well as have some landscape out there just to brighten it up and give it a better feel. All right, so the 3 options. Next slide, please. Oh. Something's going on. Whoa. Okay, there we go. That wasn't just me. You guys saw that?
I saw that,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so option one.
Jeremy, what would you do?
Okay, the scope of work in option one, total project cost, all inclusive would be, the estimate is $40 million, just over 40 million. Now, what this would address would be the building envelopes, from the roofing to the windows to the flooring and lighting. That's what I was looking for. All of these things would be addressed. But in this option, we do replace building P, which is the portables. And again, when you replace portables, that is an expense that is allowable for developer fees to be used. So that's kind of a positive. But in this option, we do not replace building G, or better known as the tunnel wing. It's just a light modernization on that building. Next option would be option two. And this is the full modernization. We feel it'll be not only more efficient to, when we're in there, just get it all done, get it up to that standard that has been set. But we feel that it would bring together the campus and make it, make the learning environment more conducive. So in this option, we would be replacing both the portables and the classrooms in wing G, which is the tunnel wing, with a new 10 classroom modular. It could be single story or 2-story, where there's both options. But at any rate, all of that would be replaced with brand new classrooms. So this again would actually address all of the modernization needs, from the outdoor learning to the teacher walls. Everything would get brought up to that standard that we feel we want for our campuses. The project cost will be about a $5 million difference from that option one, $45.5 million. Option three is the lightest scope of work of the three. This is if we only did the building envelopes, kept the portables, and again, we would lose out on that opportunity to utilize developer fees for that. And also kept the tunnel wing with a light touch, light modernization of it. Now that kind of most critical only work would be $36 million. And so next slide, we wanted you guys to have a summary of the funding. So again, in summary, the total project cost would depend on which option was chosen. But it would span from the 36 million to 45.5. There are some opportunities for other funding. So we talked about developer fees, and there's these other opportunities. But in addition to that, we already have applications out to the state for funding that we would anticipate getting in future years, but could offset future projects and support the bond program with those funding sources. Next slide. So this slide we wanted to put together, this is an important slide. So this will be a summary of the impact to Measure C if we were to choose option two. So again, there will be a range between 32.5 and 35.5 million cost to Measure C, and that incorporates the offsetting funds. That would leave a projected $91 to $96 million balance. Again, there's some contingencies in there. On the right side, you have that pie graph for the an allocation overview of Measure C so far. And then last but not least, we wanted to highlight what our upcoming projects are when we run things through the equity of facilities lens. And so Columbia Middle School would be the very next campus to modernize. And so our goal is to start the design on that campus by June of 2026. So we just wanted to provide you and the public with kind of an overview of the impact to measure, see, and then what would the next projects in that queue be. And finally, moving just to a summary of our recommendations and next steps. So next steps, so we'll open the end of this meeting for your questions, clarifications, or discussion. But ultimately, we plan to bring this item back. We're not asking for an approval or anything today. We plan to bring this back next week to seek approval of the project. If approved, that would allow us to return back to you guys with DSA ready plans in 2026, with the target of beginning construction in the summertime. And again, that helps us mitigate the impact and minimize the impact on students if we can utilize the full summer. So that is kind of the plan for next steps, or an idea of the next steps. But in conclusion, we wanted to end with reiterating our recommendation is to do the comprehensive modernization, option 2. Again, not just because we feel it's most efficient and the best value per dollar, but most importantly, it aligns with the standards that you and your vision has set and the public has also reiterated. So with that, we will move to any questions or clarifications you need.
Quick clarification, can you tell me more about developer fees and portables and how that impacts each other? I don't know about that.
Yes, great question. Developer fees are collected for developments in the area. And the idea is that if there are developments, either new homes, new commercial real estate, they're gonna bring either families that we will need to potentially incorporate those children into our schools, or they'll bring employees which have children, which would have to come to our schools. So we, developers have to pay a fee to us, and those funds are restricted to basically add more seats. Right, and so replacing portables meets that criteria of adding more seats.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move to public comment. If anyone online has would like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature. We have one blue card in the room. So we'll have Christine Carlo.
Hi, thanks.
Can you just wait 1 second? We're gonna get 3 minutes up on the board for you. And the translator is there, but thank you for coming. You have a great view of Cherry Chase right from your house.
Yes, thanks. Hi, I'm Kristen Cremoto. I'm a Cherry Chase parent. I'm happy to see Cherry Chase being next on the list. 2 questions. One is, well, first let me preface, my son was in 4th grade in a portable classroom last year, and it was, even without, I think there were 28 students in his class, so it wasn't completely full, but it was still a very cramped space. And so I'm wondering if the new classrooms in option 2 would be larger than the portable space, and what that would look like exactly. I also wanted to comment on, there's one room labeled program room, and I believe we have that this year, but it's the art and, or sorry, what's in there right now? I think the starting arts and the PE teacher have to share it. But my understanding is that they're actually there on the same days, so it's less than ideal. Again, my now 5th grader says that certain PE activities can only happen on Fridays because the room is not available. And yes, lots of PE activities are outdoors, of course, but anyways, that's a new conflict this year because of restrictions on facility space. And so I don't know if that's a sustained thing in terms of like number of classes that we anticipate with enrollment, but that is a problem this year that I hope will be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to comment on this? Okay, seeing none, board, I did have a couple of comments, is it okay if I start?
Yes.
I'm school away from home. My kids went to Cherry Chase and we spent a lot of time on that campus. I am most interested in the option 2, and part of it is the idea of an opportunity for, I see on the drawing it says 2nd and 4th and 5th, but I put in my notes to the superintendent, I was wondering if that would be like a opportunity for 2nd and 3rd grade to be around an outdoor learning space. If we could incorporate the garden, there's a pollinator garden on the outside of those buildings. 2nd and 3rd grade are so heavy with like life cycles and it's just like they're just very deep into like everything in that where you could use the garden like all the time. Not that other people couldn't use that or have an outdoor space. I know the district's been talking, did not attend because there were already 2 board members attending the round table discussion about was it living classrooms? Outdoor learning and living classrooms, and I've been on some tours with Dr. Dean and others looking at that kind of curriculum. I just think it's an opportunity that's even a little different from the other like for SMS, they were adding space and they said, oh, we'll put these, this will be the 7th grade wing, and it kind of gelled around grade levels in like a different way and electives or something. But this could be like really space designed to something a little experimental for the district. So I'm interested in that. But I'm curious to see what other people think. And then also, I don't know, we'll just re-ask the questions for Christian Kuramoto. I'm guessing that space planning for this year or next year depends on, like how they use rooms depends on enrollment and things. Can you address the size of the classrooms compared to the portables?
Yes, I definitely can try. So I'm not familiar with the portable exactly, but I believe it is slightly smaller. I can say that the new design would be a full-size classroom for sure. And again, that's kind of the idea of getting rid of portables. They're not ideal learning environments.
Are those classrooms the same size as the SMS classrooms or?
The proposed new, yes.
If it was new?
Correct.
So if you want to go over to SMS, which is really close by, or
Are middle school classrooms the same size as elementary?
I think they're both roughly 1,000 square feet.
That's good because those 4th and 5th graders are big people. Okay, so anyway, my preference would be for number 2, because it is in the ballpark range, and what an opportunity to do something amazing, especially if we will have money left over to still be able to do what we need to do at CMS and to do what we need to do at Vargas, like as we're working through the list based on the priorities, so.
Can I get clarification? You mentioned 2nd and 3rd grade.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to get the note on that.
Oh yeah, so my note, and I sent it in like one of several emails. My backer review comments. So I was thinking that, you could have, right now in that drawing, you have, it's small on this screen, but it looks like you have 4th grade over there, 4th and 5th.
So that's, in this design, that's the 2nd floor?
Right. so instead of, and I get it, you put the bigger people up on the higher floor, but you could put third graders on the second floor. And so then if you had third and second in the same building, those grade levels often work together, right? Just like fourth and fifth, because fourth and fifth, if you had a combo classroom, it would probably be a fourth and fifth grade rather than a 3-4, because the curriculums are sort of similar enough and the class sizes are similar enough. So I was thinking if you had to put another grade level over there, you could move science over there, you could move, there's some other program room, you'd have enough room for the fourth grade classrooms. And fourth and fifth could be near each other as upper graders and the big kids on campus. And then you could have 2, 3 over there for their magical garden / outdoor learning experience. That would be my preference. It's the dream.
Got it, just so I'm clear, you want us to look into potentially putting second and third in the new wing. And fill the other classrooms maybe with science or
And upper graders.
upper graders. Okay.
No, the science you might have, the science is over on the other side, you might have to put that over in the new area. Cause I was counting on the map, I mean, and of course, like every year grade level to grade level could change, so. But if you were doing that and you had second and third over there, you might have to move the science with them.
Yeah, just the top of my mind, again, we'll dig into that and see if we can figure that out. But it doesn't look like we would be able to keep second, third, science and upper graders. The upper graders would be split then. Some on this side of campus and some on that side, but.
No, cause I'm saying like, you have music up here first by second, you have second, music, second, and then you have all these fourth graders. And so what I'm saying is maybe you'd have on the bottom floor, you would have, because if I look over here, there's only 3 third grades. So you could have the third graders over
But
there.
usually there's more third grade than fourth and fifth grade.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just looking at the map.
Yeah, I know, no, what I'm saying is the map is showing more fourth and fifth grade than third grade. Normally you have more third grade classes because then the fourth grade you can have bigger classes.
Right.
We can look.
It's a whole
So just play around.
I'm just saying schematically, like, second, third grade land. That was my whole point.
So
Other people.
I think we're talking very detailed now, we're just talking about scope of work today, right? And I agree with this scope of work, and I agree with this intentionality around designing outdoor STEM spaces, and that's kind of seems like a later conversation.
Yeah.
So yes, I agree with option 2, but I am a little curious about this Measure C impact and how far along on those upcoming projects can we get with Measure C, do you think, or are we gonna be going for another bond measure? Just any sense of that? Yeah.
Great question. So at the end of the potential Cherry Chase modernization, there will be above $90 million. We haven't gotten into the area of pricing out the needs of Columbia, Vargas, and Fairwood, et cetera. But we can definitely start to just begin that. Very rough estimates to see how far it might take us. But yeah, we can work on it.
Yeah. But this is all part of the bond work, and they always put more because just in case we were able to keep going, we just keep using more money. Isabel?
I like the part that we're gonna be able to use the developer fees because it's not easy to find where to use them, and that's a great use of the money. So if we can get a brand new building, 2-floor building out of that money, that's great, so.
For the difference?
Yeah, that's gonna make a difference. If we are modernizing the building, there is no reason for us. I mean, that was the reason why we're using a bond. We're having a bond is not to have portables as that because we're doing this, and then this school is gonna have to wait for other 50 years to have another remodel. So if we're gonna keep the portables for other 50 years, that's unacceptable. So If we can do that, the only thing that, something that I like about option 2 is also the quad that you're gonna be building there. The idea of a quad there, I mean, it will be better if it's an actual plaza with 4 buildings, like the 4 sides, but at least the 3 sides is pretty good.
No, he's saying that's the second floor.
I know,
It's an L, yeah.
but that's what I say, it's only having 3
Yeah.
sides, the multi-use and the new building, so it's gonna be open in that side. But anyway, it's good that it's happening there, and but the only thing that is not great, even though now we have a very big area for outdoor learning and a quad, is that the garden is gonna be impacted a little bit, so if it can be expanded in that side would be better. But it's good that, I mean, we have still most of the garden there, so if we can expand it a little bit in order to compensate for that would be great. But I like that, and I think it's a good use of the money and is a good use of the developer fees.
Yeah, and in front of those two, on that slide, in front of those 2 second grade classrooms that face the street, that's an unirrigated pollinator garden. And so like that area and the impacted school garden could be incorporated somehow.
So I'll just say that I support the staff recommendation of option 2.
Evelyn?
I'm like, yeah, option 2.
Okay, direction sounds good?
Sounds good.
Great, excellent. Okay, so I just one other comment. I was looking I could not find on our website the facilities master plan. It used to be on there. I know there's been some changes on the website, so whenever, there's no more search bar anymore, so whenever we get the webpage up, I think there should be a webpage for facilities with like progress on all the
We have
on the Sunnyvale School District website.
Yeah, we will make sure that all our links work
Easy to find.
but it is our understanding that it is up there. But if you couldn't find it, then we'll look into, maybe it's not easy.
Under about us, under departments, under operations.
Okay.
Can I just, like a request for a future conversation is, taking a look at the urgency of the upcoming projects, Columbia, Vargas, and Fairway, because I know that you have done some work with that and just kind of getting an idea of, at this point, I wouldn't want to do this full overview of the scope of work if those other places are also of high urgency, but I trust that you've already done that thinking. But I would like to kind of, if we could bring that for a discussion where I could privately talk to you about that and in terms of longer term.
Like the condition of those sites?
Yeah, the need there. So,
Sure.
okay, thank you.
Okay, great, so we are on to action items. Item 13A, approval of the agreement for architectural services with the ADIS Architects, Ellis Elementary School new classroom building and playground project. I think,
That's me,
that's you, okay.
yes.
On the agenda, it said Brett Burns, so I just,
He is here to support me.
Mr. Arthur Cuffey.
He's here to support me, but my thing's been sitting dormant and it logged me out, so give me a second. Back in. All right. Yes, 13A. As you said, this is the approval, we're seeking your approval of the agreement of architectural agreement for ADIS. And this is for Ellis, the classroom building and playground project. I think the description pretty much summarizes everything we wanted you guys to know, but ultimately this is to address the growth in TK. I believe the original demographer reports when we originally were modernizing that campus were from like 2018. And I don't think anybody could have foresaw the impacts of TK back then. So this is to address the overflows and the needs, that we currently see in TK.
Okay, it's time for public comment. If there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, board, do we have a motion for this item?
Yeah, I move we approve, item 13A.
Any second?
I second.
Thanks. Board, any discussion? We've talked about this.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate the preview that we've gotten, the information that we've gotten ahead of time, so it's not just a surprise.
Okay, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye and the motion passes. Item 13B, ratification of change order number 1 with Silicon Valley Paving Incorporated for the Cherry Chase Elementary School canopy replacement project.
Yes, this also is an item that we're seeking your ratification. This was a change order on work done at Cherry Chase over the summer during the canopy replacement. And so the change order was increasing the contract for a total of $31,000. In addition, no change in contract time, just for your ratification.
Okay, if there's any member of the public who'd like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, board, do we have a motion?
I so move.
Any second?
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I just want, what's the difference between this ratification and approval, and is this what we're gonna be seeing this for, and going forward? Just,
Yeah, so one of the things I'm working with our team is for full transparency. If we have an approved contract that's been board approved, but there are changes and amendments, right? But if there comes to you a ratification, that means, for example, that there's maybe work that's been done ahead of board approval. So we're asking for board approval to make those changes moving forward and have a contract.
And just a little bit of additional context. So when a project like the cover canopy at Cherry Chase was being done, things are being ripped open, and then sometimes surprises happen, like, oh, okay, that's what's under there. Additional scope of work is needed. We need to get everything patched up and ready to go for kids to be on campus in August. So we have to move fast. And so this is, as Dr. Crossway is saying, this is full transparency of the increase to that contract in order to finalize the project.
So I could not, because I was looking for a plan, went into the assembly, like to the board documents. I couldn't find a plan of this one. So is this TK and kindergarten, or like what?
Are we talking about the cover canopy?
Lakewood?
No, this is the.
We're still on cover canopy.
Oh, we're still on cover canopy.
We're on B, we're still on 13B.
Oh, okay, sorry. I have no comment, I'm good with this one. All right, everyone ready to vote? Other comments? No? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, let's go to this next one, Lakewood. 13C, which is approval of fee revision and added service agreement number 2 with ADIS Architects for Lakewood Elementary School new classroom building and playground modernization project.
Yes. This is, again, for your approval. This is some added service that we feel is necessary in order to accomplish the goals that we set out for Lakewood. But ultimately, this is the kindergarten building, work to build the kindergarten building and to modernize the playground, the associated playground in that wing. The revised total is $196,000. The increase here from our initial cost is $27,000. And so this is for your consideration for approval.
This is the one I was looking for the drawing for. Like, did we get a drawing on this one? Like where it is and on the map and what we're
Like
doing?
what
Like the,
portion
like
of
just off of Cherry
Lakewood?
Chase,
This is to approve the architect to do the design.
but to do even that part of the design. Is that what you're saying? That was my question, so.
Yes, to add services or to increase the services that we're asking of from the architects. So there's been some shifting and just to clarify, originally we were thinking that we knew that we needed more TK spots. But after considering, all the facts in front of us, the original thought was we were gonna have more TK spots at Lakewood. That has now shifted to the previous item, which was, it's now gonna be at Ellis. So things shifted, but the architects are still able to design this project for us. And with all that we know now, we foresee we're gonna need a slight increase in their scope. Again, the total increase would be where's that go, 27,800.
Yeah, so.
For your consideration.
Yeah, so my question was like, what buildings is it touching over at Lakewood? You know what I mean, like?
Yes, the kindergarten, it would be a new kindergarten, so over, and I'm not the best, but it's over on the kinder side, so that playground and building, we will be getting a new kindergarten building and a new playground, so they're designing that for us.
So there's like TK, then there's like this kindergarten thing, and then there's like the preschool on the side. So is it the TK kinder thing? Like, is it that whole thing? Like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think about like where,
Yes.
like what are we doing?
And I'm gonna have to refer to my trusted director of facilities and operations, the real expert in the room.
So it's the section of the campus down on Lake Meadow. If you're looking at the campus down at the south where preschool and kinder share that playground. This was the project that we were looking to do last summer, which is the TK playground modernization. As part of that original project, we were going to replace those portables out there, but as Arthur said, we don't need the portables replaced out there because enrollment isn't where we thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
So those portables or those modulars are now going to Ellis.
Right.
So the rest of the project, into your question, have you seen plans? No, because we don't have plans yet. We have schematic design at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 board items, I think, in the last year. One was CEQA exemption, and then one was another modification to the agreement, I believe.
Yeah.
So you would like to see plans on the playground?
Like in general, because that playground is stark and
Agreed.
yeah, I mean, but it's limited because you can't build everywhere on it, right? Like, so that was the thing we were curious about.
Yep.
And I think like that would be, maybe that's an area where that would be like a great natural playground, or that would be something for like the public color kind of projects we talked about.
Yeah. Like
something where it could just, cause I saw the idea for like, they're gonna add paint for the whole campus there. But like Isabel and I have been on several walks around campuses, and we've talked a few times about like public color, that kind of like color theory, where it's a little different. So I don't know if when we get to that, will we have an opportunity to like look at what's planned, or?
Yeah, I will pass on to Arthur the designs that we have so far for that project. It's really looking at it as a refresh, very simply put, replacing some of the old structure across the whole campus and making the kinders look just like Cherry Chase and all the other ones we've modernized to this point.
Okay, any questions or?
We have a motion, right?
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we.
I move we approve this one. I second.
Okay.
Wait, I have a quick comment though. yes, I would love to see more natural play space areas and then also just more dynamic play spaces like the other schools. When we went to Lakewood recently, it was a lot of blacktop and we also had visited Fairwood just previously, and there were so many dynamic learning spaces that were also very much incorporated with nature. So I feel like this is a good opportunity to, again, like lean into nature and lean into outdoor learning spaces that are really engaging for students.
For the kinders, like the kinder area is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Because Fairwood, the rest of Fairwood
No, I'm
looks
talking
very
about
similar.
Lake, because we're talking
Yeah,
Lakewood.
right.
Yeah. Do that.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye and the motion passes. Okay, last item on the agenda, 14, future meetings and adjournment. Our next meeting is Thursday, November 5th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Regular board meeting. It is now 10:29 p.m. If there's no objections, this meeting is adjourned.
Objections. Thank you, Desmond. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.